The man was clever and patient. He wasn't born wealthy or noble. He didn't have land or influence, but he had ambition, the kind that doesn't care how it gets there as long as it arrives. In the town where the merchant lived, fortunes were made and lost every day, but the merchant was special. He had a thriving business, one that spread beyond their small town to the bigger cities, and everyone knew his daughters were rich prizes. One of the daughters was still unmarried, which was rare for a girl of her age and status. She had something unique, a solid golden right arm. The story goes that she lost her real arm as a child in an accident. The details were never quite clear, but my mother said it was some kind of machinery accident in her father's warehouse, where she had been playing or visiting. After that, her father commissioned a craftsman to forge her a golden arm that looked just like a real arm, only it gleamed like the sun. This golden arm was not only a symbol of wealth, but also a symbol of power and status. Everyone who saw it assumed the family was beyond rich, and the daughter herself was seen as precious, almost untouchable. The man saw this and made up his mind. He would marry her. It wasn't love, at least not at first. It was a plan. He started courting her, showing her kindness and respect, and slowly making her believe he truly cared for her as a person, not just for her wealth. She was young and perhaps lonely, and the warmth he showed was new and welcome. Before long, she fell in love with him, truly believing in the sincerity of his feelings. They married in a grand ceremony. The merchant gave the man a generous share of his fortune, including parts of his business, which made the man richer than he had ever dreamed. At first, he played the role of the devoted husband. He gave her gifts, dined with her in public, and kept up appearances. But behind closed doors, things changed. The man no longer cared for the woman he had married. She was no longer useful to him beyond the fortune he had gained. The love he claimed to have vanished, replaced by cold calculation. He ignored her, spent less and less time at home, and soon, his attitude grew distant, even cruel. Yet he kept up the appearances in public because he had a reputation to maintain. The daughter felt the change keenly. She was heartbroken and angry. The warmth she had believed in turned to cold rejection. One day, in a fit of fury and despair, she accused him of marrying her just for her money. He did not deny it. Instead, he admitted it boldly, without shame. This was the final straw. She screamed she would tell her father what kind of man he truly was, and that he would lose everything he had gained. His fortune, his place in the merchant's business, his name. The man was desperate and angry. After all the effort he had made to reach this point, he could not allow his world to crumble. That night, in a terrible moment of rage, he pushed her down the cellar stairs. The fall was brutal, and her neck snapped on the cold stone steps. When the father found out, the man was quick to feign grief. He wept openly, mourning the loss of his beloved wife in front of the family and servants. The merchant was devastated, losing his favorite daughter so suddenly. The man's fortune remained intact. No one suspected him. They held a funeral, a somber event filled with tears and sorrow. The daughter was laid to rest in a coffin lined with velvet, her golden arm resting on her chest. It was a cold and quiet night after the funeral when the man did something that would change everything. He went to the coffin alone, closed the door behind him, and opened the casket. The golden arm gleamed in the candlelight, heavier than he expected. He pulled it free, not for remembrance, but to melt it down and add its value to his wealth. The arm was useless to her now, and the man wanted every last bit of gold for himself. That night, he slept with the golden arm under his pillow. He didn't want anyone, not even the servants, to see it before it was melted down. He was sure of himself, sure that this was the final step in securing his fortune. But as the house grew quiet and the shadows deepened, something happened. A voice came from the darkness. It was faint at first, like the wind through the cracks of the old house. "Where's my golden arm?" The man froze, his heart pounding. He told himself it was just the wind or his imagination. But the voice came again, louder and clearer this time, down the hallway. "Where's my golden arm?" He pulled the covers over his head, trying to shut it out. The voice was closer now, like it was moving toward him. Where's my golden arm? He didn't dare look. Then he felt it heat like a burning brand on his back. Something moved under his pillow. Panic seized him, but his eyes were fixed on the door. The doorknob slowly turned. A sound like metal scraping on wood echoed faintly. The voice came once more, right outside the door frame. Where's my golden arm? He couldn't move. He felt the heat growing stronger on his back, the pressure of the golden arm, as if it were crawling on its own, reaching for him. His breath caught in his throat. The room felt suffocating, the shadows growing darker. By morning, the maid found him. His face was frozen in terror, hair turned white as if touched by the night itself. His hands clutched the sheets tightly, but the strangest thing was the golden arm, his late wife's golden arm, resting on his chest, fingers curled tightly around his throat. The man was dead. No wounds, no marks, just that look of pure horror on his face. The story ends there, but I always wondered about the truth beneath it. When I think about it, the man's death wasn't caused by ghosts or curses. It wasn't supernatural. It was the weight of guilt and fear crushing him. That golden arm wasn't magic. It was a symbol of what he had done and who he had become. The voice, the heat, the fear. Those were the things that built inside him, like a sickness growing in the dark. His mind twisted the story until it became real enough to kill him. He lived in terror of being found out. Every creak of the house, every whisper of wind was a reminder. The arm under his pillow was a constant, heavy presence, reminding him of the crime he could never undo. When he finally died, alone and silent, it was because his own fear strangled him. The people who found him didn't understand what had really happened. They could only see the arm, the expression frozen on his face, and the strange whiteness of his hair. To them, it looked like something from a nightmare, but it was just a man undone by his guilt, by his lies, and by the terrible price of greed. I went to Camp Westridge every summer from the time I was 9 until I was 16. It wasn't the kind of camp with horses or a lake you saw in movies. It was mostly just tents and cabins tucked in the pine forests of Washington State, about a half-hour's drive from any paved road. The place was old, with wooden structures that creaked when you walked, faded signs nailed to trees, and a wide gravel clearing where we'd gather for meals or announcements. The counselors were mostly college kids who looked barely older than us, and the food was awful, but I loved it anyway. Felt like freedom. It was around my third summer, when I was 11, that I first heard the story. I remember the exact night. The counselors had walked us deep into the woods for a Scary Stories campfire night. It was already cold and dark by the time we got to the fire pit, a black ring of rocks near the edge of a dry creek bed. The trees loomed high around us. The fire crackled low, and the smoke made my eyes sting. The air smelled like wet pine needles and charred wood. The counselor who told the story was named Dave. He was tall, thick in the chest, had a heavy beard, and always wore leather gloves, even in the summer. That night, he stood just outside the ring of firelight, leaning against a tree. He had this slow, quiet way of speaking that made everyone lean in just to hear. He told us about a body that had been found in the woods, not far from where we were. A man, big and heavy, maybe in his 40s. Nothing too strange about the death itself. Looked like he was hit once, maybe with a blunt object, and died quickly. But the part that made everyone shift in their sleeping bags was what was missing. 3 fingers, pointer, ring, and pinky, all gone from his left hand. Clean gone, not ripped or bitten, almost surgical. No blood trail. No drag marks. Just the man, dead on the pine needles, eyes open to the trees. No sign of who did it, and no fingers anywhere. Dave said a few weeks later, another man was found. A little smaller this time, younger too. Same thing, dead fast, same 3 fingers gone, same hand. No one had any idea what was happening. By the time he got to the third body, a woman even smaller, nobody was blinking. We all just stared at him through the smoke. Same fingers, same hand, same silence. Over and over again, each victim smaller than the last. then teenagers, then kids. He said one of the bodies, maybe the sixth or seventh, no one kept track, had only 2 fingers taken, the pinky and ring finger. But this time, police found a partial fingerprint on the wrist, like someone had gripped it tight before cutting. When they ran the print, it came back matching the previous victim, meaning the killer was using the fingers from one person to commit the next murder, like a twisted pattern. And then he stopped, quiet. You could hear the fire snapping, someone's nose whistling when they breathed. He stepped forward into the light, real slow, and pulled off his left glove. His pointer finger was scarred and crooked, like it had been broken badly and never healed right. His ring and pinky were gone, just 2 rounded stubs. Then he lunged at us, screamed something wild, and half the kids jumped. Some even screamed. I fell backwards off the log I was sitting on. My whole body locked up. And then he laughed, said he lost the fingers in a work accident, long before he ever came to camp. Machinery. Got lucky they saved his pointer at all. It was all a story, he said. Just a story. That night I couldn't sleep. I laid in my sleeping bag, staring at the wooden ceiling of the cabin, every creak in the trees outside sounding like footsteps. But by the next morning, I'd mostly shaken it off. I told myself it was fake, just a campfire tale to scare kids. That's what those nights were for. But Dave told the story every year. Same one with little changes. More victims, a twist here or there, and always the same reveal. His glove coming off, showing those stubs. Still, no matter how many times I heard it, I couldn't help but feel cold during the walk back to the cabin afterward. I didn't come back to Camp Westridge the summer I turned 17. I had a summer job and I figured I'd outgrown it. But that August, out of nowhere, I got a call from one of my old cabin mates, Jeremy. He told me something happened up there, something real, said I wouldn't believe it. Apparently, a group of younger campers had gone missing for a few hours during a hike. 4 of them, all around 11 or 12. When they were found, they were shaken up, crying, barely able to talk. They said someone had chased them through the woods. Someone big. They didn't get a good look, but one of the kids swore the man only had 3 fingers on his left hand. They'd seen the hand grab at a tree trunk before disappearing into the brush. They never found anyone. The camp chalked it up to a prank. Some counselors got fired. Nothing came of it officially, but that story stuck in my head. I thought maybe the kids just remembered Dave's old tale and got spooked. Memories mess with you when you're that age, especially in the dark. Years passed. I stopped thinking about camp much. Life moved on, college, work, the usual grind. But then, about a decade later, I was driving cross-country with a friend, and we ended up near the old campgrounds. Just for kicks, I suggested we stop by. It was late September, well past the camping season, but I remembered the road in, and we had nothing else to do that day. When we pulled up, the place was mostly shut down. The gates were open though, and there were no signs saying no trespassing, so we walked around. The cabins were still there, same old peeling paint, same busted porch steps. The air smelled exactly like I remembered, sap and damp wood and dirt. The fire pit was still there too, that old ring of rocks, now half collapsed and full of weeds. I stood there for a long time just staring at it. Something about that place just felt off now, like the air was heavier. My friend was already heading back to the car when I noticed it. There was something carved into one of the trees near the pit. A name or maybe a set of initials, and under it 3 short lines, vertical like tally marks. And next to that, a carved handprint, only 3 fingers on the left side. It looked old, weathered, but I didn't remember it being there before. That night I couldn't sleep, not because I was scared exactly, more because everything started to feel connected in a way I hadn't allowed myself to believe before. The story, the missing kids, the fingers. I started digging. I went online, searched every news archive I could find about bodies found near Camp Westridge. Took time, but I found articles. Sparse, not well publicized. Local news mostly, but they were there. A body in 91, another in 93, a woman in 96, a teenager in 2000. All found in forests within 50 miles of Westridge. All of them missing fingers from the left hand. None of the cases had ever been solved. And here's where it gets worse. I looked up Dave. Took a while to find his full name, but eventually I did. David Caro. He died in 2008. Massive heart attack. No foul play, but his obituary listed something strange. It said he'd worked for over 20 years as a maintenance supervisor at a paper mill before becoming a camp counselor. Same mill where a workplace accident cost him 2 fingers and mangled a third. That part matched the story he told. But the dates didn't. The accident was listed as happening in 1982. The first body I could find? Discovered in 1979. 3 fingers missing. That night, I sat at my kitchen table until the sun came up, just staring at my screen. My coffee went cold. My fingers kept tapping the desk without me realizing. I wasn't even sure what I believed anymore. But one thing became clear to me, something that had always been in the back of my head, but I never wanted to face. Dave didn't make up that story, at least not all of it. He might have changed things, dressed it up, added the jump scare. But someone had really done those things. Someone out there had started taking fingers. Maybe it was him. Maybe it was someone he knew. Maybe he was just repeating something he once saw. And maybe he told that story not just to scare us, but to keep something alive, to remember it, or warn us, or confess. I haven't been back to the camp since. The place shut down for good in 2019 after a fire took out half the eastern cabins. They never rebuilt. Rumor is they're going to sell the land. Sometimes, when I'm walking in the woods near my home, especially in early fall, when the air smells like pine and the shadows stretch long, I find myself checking behind me more often than I should. And if I ever see a handprint on a tree, one with only 3 fingers on the left side, I don't think I'd stick around to take a closer look. I had something similar happen to me a couple of years back. And honestly, even now, when I think about it, my stomach tightens. It wasn't some traumatic thing in the sense that anything actually happened. Nothing touched me, nothing attacked. But it's one of those memories that sits deep in my bones. It happened not far from where you were. The Southern Wind River Range. Beautiful, brutal country. I had been planning the trip for about 2 weeks. Nothing fancy, just a solo overnighter with my dog Sadie. She was a 5-year-old mix, some shepherd, some lab, something else. Smart, quiet, always watched the tree line. Always knew more than I did about what was near. She'd backpacked with me at least 20 times, maybe more. I trusted her judgment more than most people's. We parked off a little spur road that barely qualified as drivable, somewhere west of Big Sandy. No marked trail, no signage, just a shoulder-wide game trail that wound up into the trees and eventually disappeared. I was going full bushwhack for this one. I'd spotted a no-name lake on the map, maybe 3 miles in, nestled in a bowl under a granite wall. No trails in or out, no signs of use from the satellite images, just a little piece of glass tucked away where no one goes. The plan was to hike in light, spend one night, fish the afternoon and evening, then hike out in the morning. I'd brought a collapsible rod, a .357 revolver, a freeze-dried meal, and enough bug netting to cover both of us. Or so I thought. We left the car around 10 a.m. The first mile was slow going, picking through deadfall and scrub, crossing 2 creek drainages that were still full and running from snowmelt. My boots were soaked before noon. Sadie didn't mind, just kept trotting ahead, stopping to look back at me every minute or so like she was saying, "Come on." Slowpoke. We climbed a shoulder of granite, traversed across an open meadow dotted with early wildflowers, then finally saw the lake around 2 in the afternoon. It was perfect. Cold, blue, untouched. No sign of camps, no boot prints, no fire rings.
No trash.
Just a small, steep bowl about 300 yards across, pine and fir all the way around. A few small rock shelves near the western edge where I set up camp. There were trout jumping in the lake within minutes of us arriving. I pitched my tent back from the water about 30 yards, tucked behind a natural windbreak of downed trees. Hung the bear bag higher up the slope, laid out Sadie's pad next to mine and started filtering water. That was when I realized the mosquitoes were going to be a problem. I've been around some bad bugs before, Boundary Waters, Everglades, Alaska. But there was something different about the way they swarmed here. They came in thick clouds, especially once I stopped moving. I pulled the net over my face and sprayed DEET on every inch of exposed skin. But Sadie didn't have that option. I brought a bandana soaked in permethrin to tie around her neck, and I did, but it didn't help much. Within half an hour, I noticed the blood specks forming around her eyes. She was trying to nap near the tent and kept pawing at her face, whining softly. It was bad. I reeled in the line, packed up the rod, and figured we'd both just retreat into the tent until sundown, when it usually cooled enough for the bugs to die down. I dealt with that before. Usually, by the time the sun dipped behind the ridge, the air thinned out. We could go fish in peace after that. We climbed into the tent around 4 p.m., still bright daylight out. I left the rainfly half open for ventilation and zipped the screen shut. Sadie curled up next to my feet and went quiet. I laid there for a few minutes, listening to her breathe and watching the little shadows of bugs flick against the mesh like rain. It didn't take long, maybe 3-4 minutes later. Just as I was dozing off, I heard something moving in the woods to our left. The first thing I noticed was how clearly I could hear it. Thud, crunch, thud. Dry branches cracking under weight. Pine needles scraping. It wasn't a squirrel, that was obvious. It wasn't a deer either. I've heard enough deer to know the difference. This had that solid, ground-heavy rhythm to it, like someone walking, bipedal. I laid still and listened. Sadie lifted her head once, looked toward the noise, then laid it back down and started trembling. That's what froze my blood. Normally, she barks at anything. Chipmunks, deer, even the sound of distant thunder will get a low growl from her. This time, nothing. She just laid there and shook. The footsteps were close, within 15, maybe 20 yards. Not running, not creeping either. Just walking, slow and steady. Then something broke. A branch, dry and dead but thick. I could hear it snap in two like someone had stepped right through it. That was enough for me. I didn't panic, but I reached quietly for the revolver I kept by the door of the tent, unzipped the screen just enough to poke the barrel through, then paused. I could still hear it, moving along the tree-line, just out of sight. And then it stopped. Just nothing. No more footsteps, no movement, not even birds. The woods went quiet in that way that makes your heart beat louder. We waited like that for at least a full minute. I don't know exactly. Could have been 30 seconds. Could have been 5 minutes. But when I finally poked my head out of the tent, nothing was there. No movement, no sound, no obvious signs of anyone or anything. I stood up slowly, revolver still in hand, and walked a circle around the camp. The ground was too dry and pine-covered to see footprints. No snapped branches close by, no smell of smoke, no fabric caught on trees. Whatever it was, it had moved off without a trace. I didn't go far, just enough to make sure we weren't being circled. Then I went back inside the tent and zipped us in. I wasn't spooked exactly, but I was alert, very alert. Sadie wouldn't stop shaking. I lay down next to her and put my arm around her chest. She was warm and breathing fast. I don't think I've ever seen her that scared before or since. The sun finally dropped below the ridge around 7:30. The bugs eased up like they always do, and for a while I thought about going back out to fish. I even opened the tent and stepped out, but Sadie didn't move. She just looked at me with those wide brown eyes like she didn't want me to leave her alone for even a second. I cooked dinner on the stove just outside the tent door. Mountain House chili mac. Ate it fast, cleaned up, packed everything back up in the bear bag and hoisted it again. After that, I sat on a flat rock with the revolver in my lap and just listened. The rest of the evening passed quiet. No more movement, no more footsteps, just the occasional splash from a trout hitting the surface and the whisper of wind in the tops of the trees. But I didn't sleep much that night. Sadie didn't either. She curled right against me and flinched at every noise, even the wind. Sometime around 1 a.m., I heard something again. Not walking this time, just a sharp thud, like something hitting wood. Once, then nothing. I didn't go out to check. I just lay there with my hand on the grip of the revolver and eyes open until first light. By 5:15, The sun was turning the edge of the lake gold. We were packed and moving by 5:30.
No breakfast, no fishing.
Just got the hell out of there. Sadie didn't even stop to sniff anything like she usually does. She stayed glued to my hip the whole hike out. We made it back to the truck in 3 hours, soaked in sweat and bug-bitten. I locked the doors and sat there for a long while just breathing. My hands were shaking a bit, not from fear really, just from being on edge too long. Like I'd been holding a weight in my chest for the last 12 hours and didn't realize it until it lifted. I never found any tracks, never saw anyone, never heard a voice. Whatever was in those woods that day moved like it belonged there, like it didn't care that I was camped in its space. It wasn't scared of me. It didn't sneak around. It just walked up, made its presence known, then moved off. I've been back to the winds since then, but I haven't gone back to that lake. And I haven't camped solo off-trail in that part of the range again. There's something about knowing you're truly alone. No cell signal, no trail, no people, just you, your dog, and something in the trees that doesn't make noise when it moves and doesn't run when it smells you. It's not ghosts, it's not fairy tales, it's just the wild. And sometimes the wild stares back. The night we set out for that camping trip, none of us had any idea what we were really getting into. It was supposed to be a simple getaway. Just me and 2 of my closest friends, Mark and Luis. We wanted to escape the noise of the city and find some quiet in the hills just outside of town, where the road turns gravel and the trees grow thick and tall. The kind of place where cell service drops and the sky fills with stars. We left in the afternoon, loading up the old truck with tents, sleeping bags, food, and enough firewood to last a couple of nights. The plan was to find a clearing we'd heard about from some locals. A spot deep enough in the woods to feel remote, but not so far that we'd get lost. We'd camp, hike around, maybe fish if we found a stream, and just enjoy the silence that only nature can offer. The drive out was easy, winding through hills and past farms. The sun was setting by the time we reached the dirt road that led to the campsite. The sky was painted with the last light of dusk, orange and purple streaks fading fast. We switched on the headlights and rolled slowly down the narrow, bumpy road. The air was crisp, early fall, just cool enough to need a jacket. As we drove deeper, the trees pressed closer around us. Tall oaks and pines lined the road, their shadows long and dark. It was quiet except for the tires crunching on the gravel and the occasional call of a night bird. That's when the first thing happened. A whistle. Not a human whistle, but something that sounded like it was coming from just down the road. It was faint at first, a soft, high-pitched whistle that seemed to float in the air. We all froze, staring out the windows. "Did you hear that?" Luis whispered. I nodded, but didn't say much. The whistle came again, a bit louder, but still distant. It had a strange, eerie quality. Not musical, but more like a long, slow breath, like someone was slowly exhaling through their lips. The kind of whistle you hear in old movies when the wind blows through a broken window. Mark laughed it off. Probably just the wind playing tricks on us. We pushed on. The road twisted and turned, the truck's headlights barely cutting through the thickening darkness. Then the whistle came again, louder this time. Not close enough to be right next to us, but definitely closer than before. It wasn't steady. It rose and fell, like someone was whistling a slow, haunting tune as they walked alongside the road. I glanced over at Mark. His usual easygoing smile was gone. Luis was gripping the steering wheel tight, eyes flicking nervously between the dark woods and the road ahead. That's when I remembered a story I'd heard years ago, a tale my grandfather used to tell me about a figure called El Silban, the whistling man. He said that on cold, dark nights, especially in the countryside of South America, you could hear his whistle coming down the road. It's strange because the whistle gets louder as he gets farther away and quieter when he's close. If you hear it right outside your door, he's counting the bones of his victims. You have to listen to every number he says, or someone in your family will die. I shook the thought away. It was just a legend, nothing real. But the whistle continued, drifting along the road behind us, fading then rising again. We finally reached the clearing just as the last light disappeared. We unloaded the gear in silence, the only sound the crackle of dry leaves under our boots. The trees around the clearing formed a dark wall. The sky above was a black canvas dotted with stars, the Milky Way stretching faintly across it. We built the fire carefully, stacking logs and lighting tinder. The flames grew quickly, throwing orange light that pushed back the shadows. The whistle had stopped now, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling settled deep in my chest. That first night, we sat around the fire for hours. We talked about everything: work, life, old memories, but the silence between our words felt thick. The woods seemed alive in a way that was hard to explain. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the bushes made us jump. At one point, Louis swore he saw a shadow move behind the trees, but when we looked, nothing was there. Sleep was restless. I lay on my sleeping bag staring up at the tent ceiling, listening to the night sounds. The wind whispering through the leaves, an owl hooting somewhere far off, and underneath it all, that faint, eerie whistle. It was so soft it was almost a part of the night itself. It drifted closer, then faded away. The next morning, the sun came up bright and warm, and the forest seemed less threatening in the daylight. We went for a hike along a narrow trail, stepping carefully over roots and rocks, marveling at the silence that surrounded us. We talked about the whistle, laughing nervously. Mark joked it was probably a coyote or some bird making that strange call. But when we got back to camp, we noticed something odd. Near the edge of the clearing, in the dirt, were strange markings, scratch marks, like something sharp had been dragged through the soil. They were long and deep, some curved like claws, others straight. We hadn't seen any animals that big around, and the marks looked fresh. Luis tried to convince us it was a bear, but none of us felt convinced. The woods felt different now, quieter, colder somehow, as if something was watching. That night, the whistle returned. This time it was right outside the clearing, but different. It wasn't random or fading. It was steady and slow, coming from the edge of the tree line, like someone was standing just out of sight and whistling softly to themselves. We sat around the fire, tense and silent, eyes fixed on the darkness. I kept thinking about the story. El Silban sitting just beyond the trees, counting his victims' skulls one by one. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe some guy walking home late or a trick of the wind. But the feeling in the air was thick with fear. The whistle faded again, but this time it felt like it left a cold silence behind, like the woods were holding their breath. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. Something was wrong. The fire was nearly out, the logs smoldering in the ashes. Mark and Luis were asleep, but I could still hear the whistle. Faint, distant, and so low it felt like it was inside my own head. I grabbed my flashlight and crept outside the tent, trying to see where the sound was coming from. The beam cut through the trees but revealed nothing but swaying branches and empty darkness. I remember thinking, what if the whistle is a warning? What if it means something is out there, watching, waiting? The whistle grew louder, but strangely, it sounded farther away. It was like it was moving down the road, retreating into the distance, but getting louder at the same time. It didn't make sense. The next morning, we decided to pack up early. None of us wanted to stay another night. The woods had gone from peaceful to strange and unsettling, and the whistle haunted every quiet moment. As we loaded the truck, Luis noticed something. The scratch marks in the dirt near the clearing had multiplied. There were now dozens of deep gouges in the soil, some fresh, some old. They looked like the work of a large animal or maybe something else entirely. We drove away slowly, eyes scanning the roadside and tree line for any movement. The whistle never returned once we hit the paved road. A few weeks later, I read in the local news that a man had gone missing in those same hills. The details were sparse, just that he was hiking alone and had vanished without a trace. No clues, no signs, just gone. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever we heard that night was connected to that disappearance. Maybe it was the wind, maybe it was a wild animal, but whatever it was, it had the power to unsettle people, to make the forest feel alive and dangerous. I still tell the story of that trip around campfires, warning anyone who'll listen that some places hold secrets you can't explain. That sometimes, the silence and the sounds in the night are enough to remind you how small and vulnerable you really are. And I always end with the same advice. If you ever hear a whistle on a cold, dark night, no matter how close or far it sounds, don't ignore it, because sometimes the things you can't see are the ones that watch you the most. I've camped most of my adult life. Nothing too wild, nothing high adventure. Mostly car camping in state parks or on Forest Service land, sometimes with friends, sometimes alone. I like the quiet, the space. You don't get that in the city. I never had much of a problem falling asleep out there, even alone. People think it's scarier being away from society, but it's not. It's quieter, calmer. If anything, sleeping in an apartment building with people on all sides feels more vulnerable to me than sleeping out in the woods with just canvas and air between me and the world. That said, there's one night I still think about when I'm lying in my tent. Sometimes, even now, I hesitate before going to sleep in the woods again. It happened about 3 years ago, give or take. I had driven about 5 hours out to the edge of a national forest, somewhere in the Rockies, where it's just remote enough to lose cell signal and where the dirt roads are more pothole than path. I had scoped the spot a few times before. It wasn't an official campground, just one of those pull-off sites that's flat and far enough from the road to be useful. There were no other cars. That's what I was hoping for. The day itself was uneventful. I packed in water, food, a lightweight chair, and some books. Just planned on staying one night. I had worked the next week, and this was just meant to be a break. A quiet Saturday away from the noise, some time to reset. I set up my one-person tent just a little ways back from where the trees thinned out into a clearing. I laid out a tarp under it, staked the corners tight, and rolled out my foam mat and sleeping bag. Everything was as it should be. Nothing fancy. By sunset, I'd already eaten and cleaned up. No fire. There were restrictions at the time, so I just sat in the dark with my headlamp, reading until I felt myself fading. I remember the light bugs flickering low to the ground. I remember how quiet it was. No wind, no birds. It was just still. I went to bed around 10, climbed into the sleeping bag, pulled the zipper snug around my shoulders, and lay there staring up at the ceiling of the tent. I remember how quiet my breathing sounded. That's something people don't talk about with camping. How much you notice your own sounds when there's nothing else. I didn't fall asleep right away. That was normal. I lay there for maybe 30 or 40 minutes, just drifting in and out of that early sleep haze where you're not fully out, but you're not really awake either. Then I felt something weird. It was a flash, like a camera going off right in front of my eyes. It wasn't a sound. It was in my brain like a shock, almost like when someone claps right next to your ear, but it's inside your head. My whole body twitched. I remember jerking my shoulder a little. For a second, I wasn't sure if I was awake or not. Felt like sleep paralysis, but not exactly. I've had that before, and this was similar but more visual. My eyes were closed when it happened, but when that flash hit, I could see the outline of the tent, like the light filled it for a second. My heart was going fast, not racing, not full panic, but that tight feeling when your body knows something's off before your mind catches up. At first I thought maybe it was lightning, but I hadn't heard any thunder, and the sky had been completely clear when I went to bed. No wind, no clouds, no signs of a storm, but even if it had been lightning, it wouldn't have lit up the inside of the tent that way with my eyes closed. Felt internal, like my brain firing something off it wasn't supposed to. I stayed still for a minute, just listening. Then I heard something, faint at first, a dragging sound, like fabric or something soft being pulled across dirt. It was subtle, but I could tell it was close, maybe 10 feet away. That was the worst part, not knowing if it was coming toward me or going away. I held my breath, listened. No footsteps.
No voices. No growling.
No snapping twigs. Just that dragging. Then nothing. The dragging stopped, and there was nothing but stillness again. My eyes were open by now. I couldn't see anything. The tent was zipped up tight and I hadn't left any lights on. My headlamp was beside me, but I didn't want to grab it. I didn't want to make noise. I just lay there, and then it happened again. The flash. This time my eyes were open and it was the same thing. A white burst, fast and harsh, like staring directly into a camera flash. I didn't move, didn't even twitch this time. I just froze. Every hair on my body stood up. I tried to tell myself it was just my brain misfiring, some leftover effect from being overly tired or the way I'd eaten that day. But then, almost on cue, I heard something move, closer this time. Still no footsteps, just pressure, weight maybe, like something brushing past the outside of the tent. I couldn't tell if it was on purpose or just something passing by.
No breathing. No shadows.
No words, just a slight bend of the fabric on the far side. Not pushed in hard, just brushed. Now, I've had animals come through camp before. Raccoons, squirrels. Once a deer sniffed right by my sleeping bag when I was cowboy camping. But this felt different. Felt deliberate. Not curious *aware star. Like whatever it was, it knew exactly where I was. Still, I stayed frozen. I didn't move. I didn't unzip the tent or reach for my knife. I just waited. Then it was gone again. No sound of it leaving, just absence. I laid there for what felt like an hour, probably more. Time doesn't move normally when you're afraid. I thought about getting up, about driving out, but it was pitch black outside and I didn't know what, or who, might be out there. I figured I had a better chance staying put. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep, or passed out. Not a good sleep, just a blackout kind of thing. I woke up around 6, cold and stiff. My body felt like I hadn't moved in hours. The forest was quiet again, though I could hear birds starting to chirp in the distance. I sat up slowly, unzipped the tent, and looked around. Nothing looked out of place at first. My gear was still there, no trash scattered, no food pulled out of the cooler. But then I noticed something odd. About 20 feet from the tent, in the dirt and pine needles, there was a drag mark. A long, uneven trail like something had been pulled through, starting from deeper in the woods and curving near my camp, stopping just short of the tent before it veered off again toward the trees. It wasn't wide, maybe the width of a sleeping bag or a tarp. It wasn't deep either, but it was clear. You could see where the pine needles had been disturbed, the dirt smudged underneath. I followed it for a bit, curved, snaked a little, led toward the tree-line where things got thick with underbrush and roots. That's where it disappeared. No footprints that I could see, no blood, no signs of anything obvious. I checked my surroundings again. Nothing stolen, no tracks I could identify, nothing that screamed bear or mountain lion, or anything else that might have dragged something through camp. It didn't look like an animal trail. It looked like something was moved, intentionally. I broke camp fast, packed up everything as quickly and quietly as I could. Even though the sun was up and the forest was warming up, I had that cold feeling in my stomach like something was watching me. I didn't look back as I pulled away. On the drive home, I kept trying to explain it to myself. The flash could have been neurological, maybe even a weird side effect of being overly tired or some chemical imbalance. I'd taken Ambien once years back and had a sleep paralysis episode that felt eerily similar. But this wasn't exactly that. This was something else. The dragging sound, maybe it was a bear. Maybe it was some animal I couldn't identify, though the marks in the dirt didn't look right for that.
No paw prints. No scat. No mess.
But the flash still bothers me. Not because it scared me in the moment, but because it felt like it didn't belong. It wasn't natural. Not supernatural, just unnatural. Like my brain had registered something too fast to process, so it threw a flash into my vision instead. Like a static burst in a bad signal. I kept thinking, what if something was right next to the tent? Not paranormal, not a ghost, just a person. Someone passing through or maybe watching. Maybe someone who dragged something through the area, and I just happened to be in the way. The fact that nothing was taken makes it worse. I never reported it. There was nothing to report. No crime, no loss, just a weird night in the woods. But I haven't camped solo since. I still go sometimes, with friends, with my brother, with groups, but alone? No, not because I think I'll see a ghost, not because I think I'll hear the dragging again. But because sometimes I think that flash I saw wasn't my brain. I think it was my eyes catching something real, something close, too close, and my mind couldn't hold it, so it gave me light instead. And because I know the woods are big and quiet, and there are things out there we don't always explain, but they're real. I still remember that camping trip like it was yesterday, even though it happened years ago. It wasn't anything special at first. Just me and my group of friends heading up to Kearney, Ontario, like we had done so many times before. It was our usual spot, the kind of place where the air smells fresh and pine trees stretch high into the sky, and the only noise at night is the crackle of fire and the occasional call of an owl or rustling of small animals. We all knew the place well, and it felt like a second home during those summer weekends. We always set up our tents in a circle around the fire pit. There was something about that setup that made the whole experience feel more connected, more communal. That night, as usual, we gathered close around the fire pit, the wood burning bright and warm in the cool evening air. The firelight flickered on the faces of my friends, some laughing, some just staring into the flames, lost in their thoughts. We were a mixed group that night. Some of us had been drinking, a couple were smoking joints, and a few had taken shrooms. I was one of those who had tripped that night, and everything felt surreal and alive in a way that's hard to explain if you've never experienced it. The colors of the trees looked like they were breathing. The stars above seemed to pulse softly, and the crackling fire sounded like it was whispering secrets. As the night grew later, I remember feeling relaxed and at peace, like the world had slowed down just for us. Then, out of nowhere, a man walked right into our circle of tents. He wasn't part of our group, and we hadn't seen anyone else around. I can still picture him clearly. He looked worn out, like he had been walking for miles. He had that rough, military-style haircut and a lean face that looked serious but not threatening. He introduced himself quietly, but I couldn't catch his name. I think he said something about being in the military and taking some time off to camp. He asked if he could sit by our fire, said he hadn't brought any firewood and was hoping we'd let him join. Everyone was pretty relaxed and no one really cared, especially with the mix of pot and shrooms in the air. We let him sit down, and he even gave us some money for the firewood, which felt polite and genuine enough at the time. For the rest of the night, he just sat there mostly quiet. Sometimes he looked around like he was deep in thought. The rest of us were chatting and laughing, but I remember feeling a little uneasy when I glanced over at him. There was something off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was just the drugs playing tricks on me, or maybe he really was just some lonely guy looking for company. Either way, it didn't seem like a big deal. One by one, my friends started crawling into their tents, one after the other, until only a few of us were left around the fire. I was one of the last to go to bed, feeling tired but still wired from the shrooms. I remember laying in my tent, hearing the fire crackle and the night sounds, and thinking about how peaceful it was. Then, out of nowhere, around 4 a.m, I woke up. It was one of those sharp, sudden awakenings where you don't know why you're awake, but something feels wrong. I could hear talking, but it wasn't normal. It was quiet, almost like mumbling, coming from outside. When I peeked out of my tent, I saw the man, the random guy, sitting alone by the fire. The fire was burning again, even though we had put it out hours ago. He was talking to himself, low and soft. His face was shadowed by the firelight, and his eyes looked intense, almost empty. At that moment, I didn't want to deal with it. My mind was still foggy from the shrooms, and I told myself to just go back to sleep, to not think about it. I convinced myself it was just some weird hallucination, that he was probably just lonely and trying to keep warm. I closed my eyes and eventually drifted back to sleep. Morning came, and the first thing I noticed was the smell of smoke. The fire was smoldering, ashes still warm in the pit. I walked around to check on my friends, and everyone was there. All accounted for, no one missing or hurt. The night had passed without incident, except for that strange moment at 4 a.m. We started to wonder about the guy's campsite. We hadn't seen him around during the day, and after breakfast, a few of us walked over to where he'd said he was staying. The spot was clean, almost too clean. No garbage, no signs of anyone camping there. The ground was untouched. No footprints leading to or from the area. It was like the place hadn't been used in weeks. That made us uneasy. We talked about it, and it was clear we all remembered the guy sitting by the fire. Some of us had seen him more clearly than others, but nobody doubted he had been there. We even checked our phones and cameras to see if anyone had snapped a picture. But we hadn't. No photos, no contact info, nothing. We pieced together the timeline. The last 2 people in our group went to bed around 3:30 a.m. The first person to wake up noticed the stranger was gone by 6 a.m. But no one saw him leave. There were no tracks or signs anywhere. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. The rest of the trip went smoothly. We packed up and headed home, trying not to think too much about the strange visitor. At the time, I figured he was just a drifter, someone passing through who needed a warm fire. But something about him didn't sit right with me. Years passed. The memory of that night faded, except for the odd moments when I'd recall the man's face. It was strange, like a mental photo I couldn't erase. Then one day, I flipped on the news and froze. There, on the screen, was a mugshot of a man who looked exactly like the stranger who joined our campfire. The news anchor talked about his recent arrest. Charges included serious crimes like rape and murder. The face was hauntingly familiar. I watched the broadcast again, studying his features, the sharp cheekbones, the cold eyes, the military-style haircut. It was him or someone who could have been his twin. I didn't know how I remembered so clearly after all this time, but something about that night stuck in my mind. The man we welcomed without hesitation was not who he seemed. I tried telling my friends, but none of us had any proof. We didn't take pictures, we had no way to contact him, and there was no record of his presence at the campsite. We only had the memory, the uneasy feeling that we had unknowingly welcomed a dangerous man into our circle. That trip changed the way I think about strangers and safety. It reminded me that danger isn't always loud or obvious. Sometimes it's quiet, it slips in unnoticed, and you only realize it later when it's too late. Even now, when I go camping, I'm cautious. I don't just trust anyone who walks up. That night in Kearney taught me that some people come into your life for a moment, but the shadows they leave behind can last a lifetime. It was meant to be just a drive, just a scenic trip through Ireland before I caught my flight back home to London. I had a few days off and decided I'd rent a car and wander around the countryside. I wasn't much of a tourist. I didn't care for museums or landmarks or guided tours. I just liked roads that curved like ribbons across hills, places where you could stop and hear nothing but the wind brushing the grass. I liked the quiet. I thought I did, anyway. That evening, I remember the sky starting to fall apart above me before I'd even noticed. The clouds had been heavy most of the afternoon, but it wasn't until I saw the rain crawling across the windscreen like thousands of wriggling veins that I realized how far I'd gone without stopping. I'd been on the road for over 4 hours by then. I didn't remember passing any towns or even a petrol station in the last hour or so. I'd been following my phone's GPS at first, but after I lost signal, I just kept going in the general direction I thought was right. It didn't help that I didn't know exactly where I was trying to go. My plan was to find a campsite, something small and out of the way, maybe even park off a country lane and sleep in the back seat. I'd done it before in Scotland and Wales without issue. I didn't need much, just a place to park up, somewhere quiet, somewhere I could hear rain drumming on the roof instead of traffic. But by the time it started raining properly, I'd already lost my bearings. The road I was on had narrowed from tarmac to patched gravel, the trees were closing in tighter, and the fog was getting lower. My headlights only lit up about 10 feet ahead of me, and everything beyond that was gray. The windshield wipers couldn't keep up with the downpour. I slowed down and leaned closer to the wheel, trying to see through the watery glass, but I might as well have been driving blind. After about 20 more minutes of inching along like that, I realized I hadn't seen a sign or another car or even a house in over an hour. I couldn't stop. There wasn't even a shoulder on that road, just a ditch on either side. So I kept going, figuring something would appear soon. A turnoff, a gate, anything. That's when the car just died. It didn't cough or splutter or make any sound at all. It was like someone had turned it off with a switch. First, the headlights flickered out, then the dashboard went dark, and the engine just stopped humming. No warning lights, no battery indicator, nothing. I remember just sitting there for a moment in the pitch black, staring out into the rain. I turned the key again. Nothing, not even a click. I tried again and again, but the engine stayed silent. I checked my phone, no signal, no data, and less than 10% battery. I sat for a while, waiting to see if it would come back to life. Maybe it was a fuse or water had gotten into something. But after 10 minutes with no change and the rain showing no sign of letting up, I knew I couldn't just sit there all night. It was already nearly 9 p.m., and the sky was pitch black. The only sound was the endless battering of rain against the roof. No cars, no animals, no wind, just rain and more rain. I grabbed my jacket, pulled the hood over my head, and stepped out into it. Within a few steps, I was soaked to the bone. My shoes filled with water almost immediately as I stepped off the road into the muddy shoulder. I walked. At first, I stayed close to the car, looking for any signal on my phone. But after 20 yards, I knew I'd have to walk further if I wanted to find anything. I didn't even lock the car. I just pressed on. The road kept winding through woods, dipping slightly then climbing again. Felt like I was walking in circles. The rain never slowed down, not once. After about 20 minutes, I gave up trying to shield myself. My hood was heavy and dripping into my eyes. My jeans clung to my legs like wet towels, and even my socks squelched inside my shoes. Still, I kept going. The road narrowed further until it was barely wide enough for one car. Trees leaned in from both sides, tall and spindly, their wet limbs dangling overhead. There were no fences, no signs, no lights anywhere. I was alone, cold, and miserable. My teeth had started chattering by the time I saw the faint light behind me. It was barely more than a blur through the thick curtain of rain, but there was definitely a vehicle creeping along the road behind me. The headlights were dim, yellow, and flickering. I stepped to the side and turned to face it, shielding my eyes with my hand. As it got closer, I squinted and could see it was an old car, maybe a hatchback or something small like that. It was moving slowly, slower than walking pace, and I thought maybe they were struggling like I had, afraid of running off the road. As it approached, I stepped toward it, raised my hand, and waved. The car didn't speed up or slow down. It just kept crawling forward, lights barely cutting through the mist. I reached for the rear door handle. It wasn't locked. I pulled it open and climbed inside, shutting the door quickly behind me to keep the rain out. It took me a few seconds to realize that the car was still moving. That's when I noticed there was no driver, no one in the front seats at all. I froze. The dashboard was dark. The radio was off. The steering wheel didn't move. The engine made no sound, and yet the car continued to roll forward like it was coasting on a slope, except the road was flat. I sat back slowly, heart thumping so hard I could feel it in my ears. My clothes were soaked. My breath came out in fog. The windows were misting up, but all I could do was sit there, staring through the windshield at the mist ahead, not understanding what I was seeing. I kept telling myself I must have missed something. Maybe the driver had ducked down, maybe it was being towed. Maybe there was a trailer or a rope or anything to explain what was happening. But there was nothing. Just me, in the back seat of a car with no one driving it, inching its way down a deserted road in the middle of a rainstorm. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to jump out again and get drenched. I was already soaked, but the cold outside made the inside of the car feel almost warm by comparison. So I sat there, breathing shallowly, watching as the car continued forward through the storm. Then, after what felt like 20 minutes of slow movement, I saw lights ahead. Real lights, warm ones, a village. Dim orange glows from windows and lamps, the kind you only see in tiny towns where everything still runs on older wiring. The road curved slightly and opened up into a wider lane, then into what looked like a small village square. A single street lamp flickered overhead. I saw a pub with a wooden sign swaying in the wind. There were two other buildings across the way, a general store and what looked like a mechanic's shop, both closed for the night. The car crawled into the square and then, very gently, coasted to a stop near the curb. I didn't hesitate. I reached for the handle, opened the door, and ran. I didn't look back. I pushed through the pub door, soaked and dripping and shaking. Inside was warm and smelled of old wood and beer. A few heads turned toward me. I walked to the bar, ordered a pint with a trembling hand, and sat at the far end of the room, my back to the door. I just wanted to breathe. I wanted the heat. I wanted to forget what just happened. I didn't care how stupid I looked. I didn't care if anyone believed me. I just sat there with my drink, trying not to throw up from the adrenaline. About a minute later, the pub door opened again. Two men came in, both soaked like I had been. Older guys, maybe late 50s. One was tall and thin with a long raincoat and the other broader, wearing a flat cap. Both dripping, both out of breath. They scanned the room. I felt their eyes fall on me. The taller man stepped forward, gesturing toward me, and said something to the bartender. Couldn't hear what. The shorter man shook his head, then nodded. Both of them looked at me again. I sat still, heart racing, watching their boots track mud across the wooden floor. Then the tall one pointed right at me, and I finally understood what had happened. It wasn't some haunted car. There hadn't been some ghost picking me up off the road. These two men had been pushing the car. In the rain, in the dark, probably toward the village to get it to a mechanic or shelter. Maybe the battery had died or the engine failed, like mine. They'd been behind the car, shoving it slowly up the road in the rain. And I had just opened the door, climbed in, and sat like a corpse in the back seat while they heaved it for nearly half a mile, not even realizing I was in it. Or maybe they had and hadn't said anything, assuming I was someone's kid or brother. Or maybe they hadn't seen me at all until I jumped out and bolted into the pub. Either way, I had never felt so stupid, or so relieved, or so incredibly human in my entire life. I explained everything to them, or at least tried to. They laughed hard and for a long time, not in a mocking way, just in the way that people do when something ridiculous happens after hours of misery. The kind of laughter that only comes after being soaked to your soul. They bought me another beer. We shared a booth by the fire, and I ended up staying in the village overnight. There was a small bed and breakfast upstairs run by an old couple who didn't ask many questions. My car was towed the next morning by the man who had helped push the one I'd hijacked. He even fixed mine. Turned out I grew up hearing stories about the land my family had owned for decades. A farm tucked away where the cornfields stretched on for miles. It wasn't just a farm. It was a place full of memories, hard work, and quiet, natural beauty. But there was one story, passed down from my father, that always stuck with me. It wasn't a ghost story or some made-up legend. It was about something much more real, something that showed how people could be desperate and how small actions could lead to consequences you'd never expect. My father called it the man in the corn, or sometimes beans in the corn. It was a story about a hobo, a hungry man who came through during hard times and tried to steal corn from the garden of the man who owned the farm during the war years. I never heard this story from anyone else, just from my father. He told it like it was something he wished he didn't have to remember but couldn't forget. I remember the first time I stayed out at the old farm with my dad as a kid. We camped near the fields during the late summer, the air heavy with the smell of ripe corn and earth, the sun beating down hard during the day, and nights that could get so quiet you could hear the grass growing. It was peaceful but also kind of eerie. Something about those long rows of corn hiding parts of the world I didn't understand then. The cornfield was vast, stretching farther than the eye could see, and the stalks were tall and thick, leaves rustling softly in the wind. One evening, as the sun started to set and painted the sky in orange and pink, Dad sat by the fire, poking at the embers with a stick, and told me the story of the man who once lived on that land. I still remember the way he spoke, calm but with a weight behind his words, like this was something that had never fully left him. During the war, food was hard to come by. Everything was rationed and precious. The man who owned the farm back then was just trying to survive, just like everyone else. The farm was his life. He'd worked those fields with his bare hands. Every ear of corn mattered. So, when the hobo came sneaking through the rows and stealing ears of corn from his garden, It wasn't just theft. It was a desperate blow. The man saw the hobo once. It was late in the day, the sun low and casting long shadows across the field. The hobo was bent over, pulling the corn husks back and breaking the stalks to steal the ears inside. The man grabbed his shotgun and fired a warning shot just over the hobo's head. The noise cracked through the still air, and the hobo ran off that day, but only for a little while. The very next day, the hobo was back, trying again. The man was furious. This was his food, his future. He had to teach this thief a lesson, not to kill, but to warn. So he took all the lead shot out of his shotgun shells and replaced it with small dry beans. It was a strange idea, but the beans were hard, and the thought was that maybe the hobo would be hurt enough to learn. The following morning, the man hid in the shadows near the cornfield. Sure enough, the hobo appeared again, creeping through the tall stalks. The man fired 2 shots, each packed with dry beans instead of lead. The hobo screamed in pain and ran through the rows, pleading all the way. The man watched him disappear, and after that, the hobo was never seen again. At first, the man thought the whole thing was over, but the story didn't end there. Some days later, the man still had some of those bean shells left in his shotgun. Curious, he aimed at an old plank of wood near the well, fired, and watched as the plank ripped to pieces. The beans might not kill, but they could certainly hurt and damage things. It was a small reminder of the strange power those little seeds held. When the next planting season came, the man went out to walk through his cornfield, checking on the growth and preparing to plow the ground. That's when he noticed something strange. Tiny bean plants sprouting up through the soil, here and there, lining up as if someone had planted them carefully. The plants were small but clearly not part of his planned crops. They ran along the edges of the field, leading him to a big bunch of beans growing near a muddy patch. As he looked closer, the man noticed something that made his blood run cold. In the mud, partly sunk and covered with soil, was the outline of a body. Near it, the worn sole of a shoe turned to one side, like the man had fallen and never gotten back up. The man realized then that the hobo he had scared away, the man who had run screaming down the rows, hadn't really gotten far. Somehow, he had died there in that field right where those beans were growing. Maybe the shot beans had hit him hard enough to cause serious injury, or maybe he collapsed trying to run. But the truth was clear. The man in the corn was dead. The beans had fallen out of his clothes or body and somehow taken root in the field, growing strange little plants that appeared year after year. For 20 years, the man said those random bean plants showed up in his field. They were an odd, stubborn part of the farm, like reminders of that terrible moment. As the years went by, my family learned to live with those plants. Every bean plant that popped up in the garden was allowed to grow. My father said it was a way to respect that sad piece of history. One year, there was a bean plant that had grown so thick and strong it wrapped tightly around a tall corn stalk. It looked strange, but my father didn't harvest the ears on that stalk. It was like leaving a small tribute to something he could never quite forget. When I spent nights camping there, I could never shake the feeling that those fields held something more than just crops and earth. The rows of corn seemed to whisper stories, and the strange beans were proof that the past could grow in the soil beneath our feet. One summer, I went camping alone at the farm. I was old enough to take care of myself, and I wanted to experience the place in my own way, to feel the quiet, to breathe the smell of the earth and corn, to listen to the wind through the stalks at night. I set up my tent near the edge of the field where the old well stood, close to where my father said the body had been found. The day was hot and sticky, the kind of summer day where the sun burns you if you stay in the open too long. I spent the afternoon walking through the corn rows, pushing aside leaves and feeling the rough stalks. The plants were tall, taller than me in some places, and the rustling sound they made in the breeze was constant, like whispers I couldn't understand. As the sun started to fall, casting long shadows over the land, I made my way back to camp. The sky turned from bright blue to deep orange, and the air cooled just enough to feel comfortable. I started a small fire and cooked a simple meal, listening to the sounds of the night coming alive. Crickets chirped, and somewhere in the distance, a dog barked. But as darkness crept in, I felt uneasy. Not because I was scared of the dark, but because I knew the story of the man in the corn. The idea of that poor hobo running through these rows, hurt and desperate, made the peaceful farm feel heavy. I sat by the fire for hours, staring at the dancing flames. The night was still except for the wind through the corn. Then I heard something else. A soft crunching noise, like someone walking carefully through the dry leaves and soil. I stopped and listened, heart beating a little faster. The noise came from the edge of the field, just beyond the circle of firelight. I grabbed my flashlight and slowly walked toward the sound, shining the beam over the ground. There was nothing there, just more corn stalks swaying in the breeze. I turned back toward camp, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I couldn't see anyone, but the noise came again, soft but steady, like footsteps moving carefully. I spent the rest of the night awake, eyes wide, listening to the sounds of the field. I told myself it was probably just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but deep down, I couldn't shake the thought of that man, running through the rows all those years ago, scared and hurt, and how the farm had kept the memory alive in its strange bean plants. The next morning, when the sun rose, the farm felt different. The wind was gentler, the birds louder. I packed up my gear slowly, taking one last look at the cornfield before leaving. As I walked through the rows, I noticed something odd. A bean plant, small but healthy, wrapped tightly around a single corn stalk. It reminded me of the story my father told me. I realized then that some things, no matter how old or painful, find a way to live on. Not as ghosts or fairy tales, but as part of the earth itself. The man in the corn had disappeared, but the beans that grew from that day stayed with the farm, marking a quiet, strange kind of memory. Years later, I'd come to understand that life in the country, especially on a farm, wasn't just about planting and harvesting. It was about history, hardship, and respect for the past, even the parts that were ugly or sad. I never saw the hobo again, and I never met anyone who did. But every time I passed that farm, I looked for those little bean plants, knowing they carried a story, one about survival, desperation, and the unexpected ways our actions leave marks on the land. That's the story of the man in the corn, told to me by my father, passed down through the years. It's a story without ghosts, without magic, but it holds something real and unsettling. The idea that some wounds don't heal quietly, and some memories grow wild in the fields where we live. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right through the corn at night, you can almost hear I never considered myself the kind of guy who'd get caught up in something that felt straight out of a thriller movie, but that night changed everything. It wasn't like I was some criminal or had a dangerous past. I was just a regular guy, a bit of a gambler, sure, and not very well traveled. I'd never even been to Canada, even though I live in northern Minnesota, and Canada is just a few hours up the road. My friend and I had planned a quick weekend getaway, nothing fancy, just a trip to a casino on the Minnesota side. We wanted to get out of town, have a few drinks, maybe hit some slot machines and tables. Neither of us were frequent travelers, but the casino was close enough to drive, and we'd heard it was a decent spot to relax for a night. The day started pretty normal. We packed our gear, some camping stuff because we thought maybe after the casino we'd find a nearby campground and spend a night under the stars. I had my usual backpack, a tent, sleeping bags, and some snacks. My buddy brought a portable grill and a couple of fishing rods, just in case we had time to fish the next day. We weren't in any rush, just taking it easy. The drive there was smooth, the sky a mix of deepening orange and purple as the sun set. We rolled down the windows and let the cool northern breeze fill the car. Minnesota had that crisp, fresh smell this time of year, pine trees, damp earth, and just a hint of smoke from distant campfires. It was quiet and peaceful in a way that made me feel like nothing bad could ever happen. When we got to the casino, it was busier than I expected for a weekday night. The place was buzzing with people, locals, tourists, and a few groups of older folks playing poker and blackjack. We found a spot at a blackjack table and started throwing down some bets. I was up for a while, then down, then up again. Drinks came and went, mostly beers and a couple of stronger ones. The buzz from the alcohol mixed with the bright lights and slot machine sounds made everything feel surreal, like I was in some kind of dream. After a couple of hours, I noticed a woman approaching our table. She looked out of place, a bit nervous, her eyes darting between me and my friend. She was maybe in her late 40s, wearing a coat that looked too heavy for the mild night. When she got close enough, she said something I couldn't quite catch, then repeated it louder. "You guys were on TV. I saw you." First, my friend and I just laughed it off. We'd had a few drinks by then, and the idea of us being on TV sounded ridiculous. Neither of us had any clue what she was talking about, but she was insistent, pointing to us, her eyes wide like she genuinely believed what she was saying. Moments later, things took a sharp turn. The woman ran over to a security guard, practically shouting, "Those guys, they're wanted in Canada for murder." "I'm sure of it." The guard looked skeptical, but he walked over to us, the tone shifting from casual to serious. He knew us by name. Apparently we were regulars here more than I realized, and laughed as he told us the story. He said 2 men had been arrested recently in Canada for a string of murders, and they looked almost exactly like us. Mirror images, he said. The police in Canada had been searching for them for weeks. The woman had apparently seen their pictures on the news and thought she recognized us immediately. We all laughed nervously, relieved the guard knew us and wasn't about to arrest us or worse. My buddy's girlfriend, who was with us on the trip, pulled out her phone to look up the news story for fun. Sure enough, the headlines were all over Canadian news sites. 2 men wanted in connection with recent murders. The photos were chilling, men who could have been our twins. Same build, hair color, facial features. It was eerie. We joked about how lucky we were to have our gambling habit, saying if we hadn't been here, who knows what could have happened. But deep down, the humor didn't last. That night, the idea that someone could mistake you for a murderer, and that the real ones looked just like you, planted a heavy weight in my chest. We left the casino feeling a strange mix of relief and paranoia. The forest where we planned to camp was about an hour's drive away. We had intended to set up camp, light a fire, maybe fish in the lake before sleeping under the stars. The road to the campground was dark, narrow, and winding. Only the headlights cut through the blackness. The trees crowded in close, shadows playing tricks on the eyes. As we drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, even though I knew logically there was no one out there. When we arrived, the campsite was empty. The usual sounds of night, crickets, rustling leaves, distant owl hoots, surrounded us. We set up the tent, unpacked our gear, and started a small fire. The crackling flames threw flickering light over our faces, making the forest look alive and threatening at the same time. We sat in silence, the weight of what happened earlier still lingering. My friend joked about making sure to wear disguises so we wouldn't get mistaken for murderers next time. I laughed, but it was hollow. I decided to go for a quick walk around the campsite, hoping the fresh air would clear my head. The forest was dense, and the ground was soft with fallen leaves and pine needles. The moon was low, casting weak light through the thick canopy. Every little sound felt amplified. The snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant splash of water. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate. I stopped, heart pounding, but when I turned, no one was there, just shadows and trees. I convinced myself it was an animal or just my mind playing tricks, but the unease stayed with me. Back at the campfire, the others were already quiet, eyes fixed on the flames. I told them about the footsteps. They shrugged it off, saying it was probably nothing. But I couldn't stop thinking about the woman at the casino, the murders in Canada, and the strange feeling that someone might be out there watching us. That night, sleep was impossible. Every sound outside the tent felt like a threat. Every creak, every gust of wind made me flinch. I kept checking the tent zipper, making sure it was closed tight. At dawn, we packed up quickly, eager to leave the place behind. The road back to town felt endless, but with daylight, the fear started to fade. We never saw that woman again, and we never ran into trouble with the law. The Canadian police never came knocking, but that night changed something in me. It made me realize how easily life can spiral out of control over something as simple as a mistaken identity. Even now, I'm careful about where I go, who I talk to, and how I look when I'm out in public. That strange moment at the casino, the feeling of being hunted for crimes I didn't commit, it stays with me. It taught me that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. Sometimes they're just the people who mistake you for someone else, the twists of fate that can drag you into a nightmare just by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And sometimes it's your own mind, replaying those moments over and over, making sure you never forget how fragile your sense of safety really is. In the summer of 2023, I went camping with my family at Beaver Creek Campground in Montana. We were visiting Yellowstone and planned to stay there for a few nights. It was supposed to be a quiet trip, a chance to unwind, enjoy the mountains, breathe in the forest air. The campground wasn't anything fancy, just one of those basic sites with a picnic table, fire pit, a few trees for shade, and a flat patch for tents. There were other campers not too far away, but far enough that you couldn't hear every word they said. That first night, though, I had the most unsettling experience of my life. It started like any other normal evening outdoors. We arrived a little before sunset. My mother, stepdad, and his brother set up their tents while I handled mine off to the side, just a bit further back toward the tree line, maybe 15 or 20 feet from theirs. Not far, but enough to feel like I had a little more quiet. We grilled food, ate, laughed a bit. Just normal stuff. The air smelled like pine and smoke. Everything had that cool, slightly damp feel that mountain woods get once the sun goes down. After dinner, we sat by the fire until around midnight. My family started getting tired and said they were turning in. I wasn't ready to sleep just yet, so I stayed out by the fire a little longer. I didn't have a phone signal out there, which was annoying, but it forced me to just sit and enjoy the fire for what it was. I stared at the flames for probably close to an hour, adding a few pieces of wood, watching sparks rise into the black sky. The trees surrounding the campsite swayed slightly, and now and then I'd hear leaves rustle, a far-off branch snap, or the occasional hoot from an owl somewhere way off, the usual sounds of the forest. It was pitch black beyond the circle of firelight. Eventually, I started getting tired. I doused the fire completely, made sure everything was safe and cold, and then headed to my tent with a flashlight. I zipped myself in, climbed into my sleeping bag, and lay there on my back, just listening to the quiet. First, it was peaceful. You could hear the slight buzz of insects and a breeze moving gently through the pine needles above. My body was tired, but my brain wasn't quite ready to switch off. About 20 minutes after settling in, I started to hear something. It wasn't loud at first, just a soft, steady sniffing sound, like something walking slowly around the outside of my tent, pausing now and then, sniffing right near the base of the nylon walls. I froze. My mind immediately jumped to the worst possible thing. A bear. I held my breath, my body tensed, stiff as a board inside the sleeping bag. I didn't move a muscle. The sniffing circled around the tent slowly. Every few feet, I'd hear it pause, sniff again, then move on. It was deliberate and patient, like whatever it was curious but cautious too. I couldn't hear footsteps exactly, just the soft movement of something against the ground. Maybe fur brushing against low grass. But it was close, inches from my head at times. Then I heard a low, familiar sound, a soft, throaty breathing, kind of raspy, followed by that slight shake that dogs do. Not a full body shake, just that noise dogs make when they ruffle their fur a little while standing. I exhaled a little. It had to be a dog, I told myself. Maybe someone else in the campground had a dog and it had wandered away from their tent. That made sense. I let that explanation calm me down. The sniffing eventually stopped. The breathing faded. I figured it had moved on. I closed my eyes, trying to relax. But that wasn't the end. A few minutes later, I started hearing something else. Slow, heavy steps. Not animal-like. More like boots. Not running. Not sneaking. Just walking. One step. Pause. Another step. Another pause. It didn't sound like someone trying to be quiet. But it also didn't sound casual. Like whoever it was didn't care if they were heard. The sound came from the direction of the gravel road that led through the campground, then passed right through the middle of our site. Then I heard something being dragged. It sounded like a long stick, or maybe a branch, being pulled behind someone. It scraped softly across the dirt and pine needles, bumping now and then on the roots or rocks. It circled our entire campsite, not just my tent, but the others too. I could hear it pass near the fire pit, then behind my mother's tent, then back toward mine. The sound of dragging would continued for a while. Too long. It wasn't just someone walking to the bathroom or looking for firewood. It didn't make sense. I held my breath again, frozen, every muscle tight, my mind racing. Then it happened. A bright white flash, right in front of my tent. No sound before it. No warning. Just that sudden click and burst of white that lit up the nylon of my tent wall for a split second. I saw my own shadow clearly inside, like a silhouette in a lantern. It was unmistakably a camera flash, like someone had taken a picture of my tent from just a few feet away. I couldn't even think clearly. It didn't make any sense. Who the hell would be taking pictures of someone else's tent in the dark like that? And why? I didn't hear footsteps afterward. Nothing ran. Nothing moved. It just went quiet again. I lay there, sweating, heart pounding. I kept telling myself maybe it was a prank. Maybe a dumb teenager from another site. But the thing was, this was late, way past midnight, and I hadn't heard a single voice or laugh or anything from any other site since sundown. Whoever it was, they weren't doing it to get a reaction. It was too quiet. Minutes passed. Then I felt pressure. Something or someone laid down next to the back corner of my tent. Not against the tent, but close enough that the fabric shifted slightly. I could feel it, like someone curling up and resting against the corner near my feet. It didn't move, didn't breathe heavily like a person would. Just this solid presence, unmoving but there. I felt it for 5 straight minutes. And then, I felt the fabric near my foot twitch. Lightly, something was fiddling with the corner of the tent. Just the corner, almost like fingers or claws picking at it gently. Not tearing, not pulling, just testing, tapping. I was shaking by then. I couldn't even bring myself to move my arm to grab the flashlight beside my head. I didn't want to make a sound. I kept my eyes wide open even though I couldn't see anything. I tried to slow my breathing, but every breath felt loud and obvious in the silence. Then it got worse. I felt the zipper, the actual zipper of the front flap. It shifted, very slightly but enough. That metal-on-metal sound, that dry rasp of a zipper handle twitching. Not opening, not moving fast, just the sound of it being touched. That was when I couldn't take it anymore. I yelled out. My voice was loud, panicked, cracking. I didn't say anything fancy. I just yelled. That broke the silence. I heard my stepdad call back, confused. He must have just woken up. Couldn't move yet. I didn't even reply right away. I just sat there, heart pounding, hands clenched around my sleeping bag. Then, after about 10 seconds, I heard the zipper on his tent open. He stepped outside. I recognized the sound of his boots on the pine needles and dirt. He had a gun. I heard him cock it once. A moment later, I unzipped my own tent and looked out. Nothing. There was nothing there. The area around our site was completely still. The fire pit was cold. No movement.
No shadows.
No branches moving. No footsteps running away. Not even a rustle. It was like nothing had ever been there. But I know what I felt. I know what I heard. And I know that flash wasn't a dream. We checked the area with flashlights for 10 minutes.
No prints.
No signs. My stepdad thought maybe I dreamed it, but I hadn't even fallen asleep yet. And if it had been an animal, there would have been some sound when it left. There wasn't. Strangest of all, the dog my parents kept in their tent never barked. Not once. That dog barked at squirrels, at wind, at anything, but it hadn't made a single noise the whole time. The rest of the night, I didn't go back into the tent. I sat in the car with the doors locked and didn't sleep at all. The next 2 nights, I brought my sleeping bag and pillow into the back seat and stayed there. I couldn't bring myself to unzip the tent again, let alone lay down in it. Nothing else happened.
No weird noises. No flashes.
Nothing was moved or stolen. Just silence. We stayed the full 3 nights, but I never felt safe again after that first one. I kept imagining what would have happened if I hadn't yelled, if I hadn't scared whatever or whoever it was. I still think about that night sometimes. Not every day, but enough. It's not the fear that gets me anymore. It's the not knowing. Was it a drifter? Some creep walking from site to site in the dark? A camper with bad intentions? Or someone just messing with people for fun? I don't know, and I guess I never will. But one thing's for sure, I haven't slept in a tent since, and I don't think I ever will again. Last year, over Labor Day weekend, I had one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I wasn't looking for it. I wasn't chasing after anything strange. I just wanted to be outside. I wanted to be surrounded by trees, quiet, and the cool alpine air before the season turned cold. But what I got instead was a night that still doesn't sit right with me, and probably never will. I left Salt Lake City early that morning, maybe a little before 6. The sun hadn't even cleared the mountains yet. My plan was to spend a few days camping in Grand Teton National Park. I'd been there before, but always with other people. This time I was going alone. I told my wife in the weeks leading up to the trip that I needed a break. Just a bit of solo time to reset. She understood. We'd both been busy with work, and I think she even welcomed the quiet weekend for herself. The drive from SLC to Jackson, Wyoming, isn't a bad one. It's long but scenic. The further north you go, the more the air starts to feel cleaner. You pass through rolling valleys, thick pine forests, and get glimpses of the mountains long before you ever get close to them. I took my time. I stopped in small towns to stretch my legs, filled up at gas stations where the pumps looked like they hadn't been replaced since the 90s, and bought a couple of snacks that were probably past expiration. On the way up, I had my phone hooked up to the car's Bluetooth, just bouncing between a few different podcasts. I listened to a mix of things, some wildlife stuff, some true crime, sometimes sports, but that day I saw an episode title that caught my eye from a show I'd never heard before. It was something like Cryptid Biologist, Bigfoot, Dogman, and the Unknown. That's not usually my kind of thing. I've never been into conspiracy theories or supernatural creatures, but this episode featured a wildlife biologist named Wes Larson. I knew his name. He hosts a podcast on bears that I listen to now and then. He's smart and down to earth, not the type to sensationalize anything. So I gave it a shot. It started off tame enough. Wes talked about bear behavior, animal intelligence, and how people misinterpret natural signs in the wild. But then the host started asking about cryptids, especially Bigfoot and something called the Michigan Dogman. I'd never even heard of that one before. Wes wasn't saying he believed in those things, but he shared stories he'd heard, including a few from other field biologists who'd reported seeing or hearing things in remote areas they couldn't explain. Then the podcast moved into something they called SW. I didn't know what that meant. I still don't. I assumed it was another type of creature or maybe just shorthand for something weird. But as they talked about it, the vibe of the episode shifted. The tone got more serious, less entertaining. The host said people who talked about SW often felt like they were being watched in the woods, like something ancient was around them that didn't want to be seen. I know it sounds dramatic, but for some reason, the episode stuck with me. I listened all the way through, then saved it just in case I wanted to replay parts later. I pulled into Jackson in the late afternoon, topped off my gas tank, and grabbed a few last-minute supplies. Ice for the cooler, a couple more water bottles, a cheap folding chair that I'd forgotten to pack. Around 6 p.m., I headed north toward the entrance of Grand Teton National Park. I already had my camping permit reserved online. My plan was to set up at a backcountry site on the edge of the park boundary. It wasn't an official campground, more of a dispersed camping area I'd found during a trip the year before. It sat at the edge of a tree line with a little clearing that overlooked a meadow. There was a small creek nearby, just enough for refilling water with a filter, and it was far enough from any road that you didn't hear traffic at night. Just the wind, the water, and whatever animals were moving through the brush. I was about 20 minutes out from the spot when I called my wife. Cell service is patchy up there, but I figured I'd get in one last call before losing the signal. We talked about normal stuff for a few minutes, how the drive had been, what she was doing for dinner, how the dog was doing. Then I brought up the podcast. Since she's from Michigan, I figured she might have heard of the Dogman. I told her what the biologist said and joked that maybe she had some spooky family folklore she never told me about. She hadn't heard of it before, but we laughed about it. I was still driving north on the highway, trees on either side of me, low sunlight cutting across the road. As we kept talking, I told her more about the episode, especially the part about people feeling like they were being watched in the woods. I don't know why, but repeating that part made something shift inside me. I felt it. That's the only way I can describe it. One moment I was joking around on the phone. The next, my entire body was locked up tight with tension. My hands on the steering wheel started to sweat. My neck felt hot. I looked in my rearview mirror like someone might be in my back seat, even though I knew it was empty. I scanned the tree line on both sides of the road. I checked my side mirrors. I even looked up, half expecting something to be flying overhead. Nothing, just the road, the trees, the empty stretch of evening in front of me. But I couldn't shake it, that cold feeling, that crawling awareness. It wasn't fear, not yet. It was just the intense, suffocating sense that I wasn't alone. Like I was under a spotlight and couldn't see the person holding it. I told my wife I'd call her back once I got to camp, and we hung up. The signal was starting to drop anyway. I drove another few minutes, the light dropping fast behind the mountains. I hadn't seen another car for a while, and that added to the strange stillness. I remember adjusting my seatbelt just to do something with my hands. I glanced at my side mirror again, and that's when it happened. My driver's side window exploded. I don't mean it cracked. I mean it shattered. Instantaneously. I didn't hear an impact, didn't see anything hit it. 1 second it was there. The next, it was a rain of glass spraying across my lap, into the driver's side door, into the seat beside me, and some even got into the back. The sound was like a gunshot. My ears rang. My hands jerked the wheel, but I didn't lose control. I pulled over immediately, white-knuckled, heart pounding, and sat there, stunned. Shards of glass were everywhere. Some were still hanging around the frame of the window, jagged like broken teeth. I looked around again. Still no cars, no animals, no rocks on the road, nothing overhead. The forest on either side of me was completely still. The wind poured in through the broken window. It was cold. It hit me like a slap. I sat there for maybe 5 minutes, breathing hard, trying to figure out what the hell just happened. I kept thinking, what could do that? A rock, maybe, but I hadn't passed any cliffs or trucks. Nothing had flown past me. There weren't any kids on the side of the road. No wildlife that could throw something. There was no logical source for it. Eventually, I got out and walked around the car. I checked the road, the surrounding woods. Nothing. No footprints, no tire marks, no fallen branches. I was alone. Just me and my busted window. And that feeling, asterisk, the feeling that something had seen me before I saw it. Asterisk. I didn't drive to the campsite. I turned the car around and drove straight back to Jackson with the broken window. Cold air screaming through the opening and glass crunching under my shoes. I stopped at a gas station with decent lighting and looked at the damage again. Still no answers. I didn't go back to the park that weekend. I got a hotel in town, kept the blinds closed, and barely slept that night. The next day, I drove back to Salt Lake. Quiet, still shaken, still confused. The window cost about $280 to replace. I told the glass repair guy it got hit by a rock, but he looked confused when he checked for impact marks and didn't find any. I've told a few people the story since then. Everyone has a theory. Stress crack, sudden change in air pressure, defective window, all plausible, but none of those explain when it happened. Not really. It happened the moment I felt the most danger I've ever felt in my life. Not because of anything I saw, but because of something I couldn't see. Something I felt watching me, judging me, and when that window broke, it felt like a message. Since then, I haven't listened to another cryptid podcast. I still camp, but I don't go alone anymore, and I never drive up there without a working dash cam and a fresh window. I'll never know what was out there. Maybe nothing, maybe just coincidence. But I still wonder what I would have seen if I hadn't turned the car around. And every time I remember it, I feel that cold again. Not in my skin, but in my bones. Like whatever it was didn't need to show itself to be real. Sometimes the silence is loud enough to leave scars. I worked as a camp counselor for 4 summers in a row at a place called Elmwood Ridge, a camp nestled in the middle of a state park that was nothing but forest, lakes, and winding dirt roads for miles. It wasn't fancy, didn't have zip lines or tennis courts, just wooden cabins, hiking trails, and a handful of aluminum canoes that scraped like chalk when they touched the dock. We ran week-long programs for kids between 9 and 13, mostly suburban families looking to keep their kids busy over the summer. We kept them off their phones, fed them grilled cheese and goulash, and told ghost stories around a fire. I didn't grow up in that camp or anything. I found the job through a friend during college and stuck around because it was easy money and I liked being out in the woods. No one cared much about resumes or experience. If you could handle rowdy kids, tie a few knots, and didn't mind showering with spiders, you were hired. My first year there, I noticed most counselors had some kind of thing they used to set themselves apart. Some had campfire songs, others were big into crafts, or had a talent for leading hiking trips. I didn't have anything. I was decent with kids, I didn't mind getting muddy, but I wasn't especially creative or outdoorsy. I needed something to make the campers remember me. That's where the ghost story came in. I'd heard one from another counselor that gave me the seed of an idea, and I twisted it into something of my own. Over time, it became a whole performance. The story went like this. Years ago, a man lived in the woods near the camp. People called him Hollow Jack because his face looked sunken in, like something was missing. He wore a long coat, smelled like dirt, and never talked. No one knew where he came from. Kids from nearby towns started going missing. One after another, they vanished. Eventually, someone found a tooth near one of the trails. Just a single human tooth, perfectly clean, no root. They found more teeth later, always 2 at a time, always dropped in weird places, by a campfire, under a tree, once on someone's sleeping bag. And when they looked into the disappearances, every kid who vanished had told someone about a man with a hollow face. The legend said that if you saw Hollow Jack, he'd follow you until nightfall. When the sun dropped below the trees, he'd come to you and stand at the edge of your bed. If you gave him 2 teeth and the names of 2 people he could take instead, he'd leave you alone. But if you had no teeth to give or no names to trade, he'd take you into the woods and rip your face off to fill his own. The story was creepy enough to get the kids on edge, but the real punch came at the end. After telling it, I'd dim my flashlight, walk behind them while they were still facing the fire, and quietly slip out my retainer. I had a gap in my smile, 2 teeth missing up top. They never grew in when my baby teeth fell out. I used to be embarrassed about it, but now it had a use. I'd grin wide and wait until one kid turned around. As soon as one saw it, the rest did, and panic spread like wildfire. Some would scream, others would laugh nervously, and some would just freeze. A few cried. It was harmless, or it used to be. That was what I told myself. By the time I hit my 3rd summer, the story had become sort of a legend at camp. Kids would talk about it during orientation, passing around versions they'd heard from older siblings. I never said whether it was real or not. I didn't confirm or deny. Letting them wonder was part of the fun. One week, late July, I was assigned to Cabin Pinecone, 12 boys, all around 10 or 11. They were a loud group, constantly bouncing off the walls, but none of them were mean or difficult. They were the kind of kids who tied fishing line across the cabin doorway to trip each other, or tried to see who could hold their breath the longest during swimming lessons. Normal stuff. I liked that group even if they wore me out. On the 2nd night, I told them the Hollow Jack story. I timed it perfectly, waited for the fire to be low, for the wind to pick up just a little, and when I got to the part about the missing teeth, I slowly walked around and showed them the gap in my mouth. The look on their faces was golden. A few shouted. A few scrambled back from me. One kid, Theo, even fell off his bench. I laughed it off, played it cool, told them to brush their teeth and get ready for bed. As always, the moment passed and they calmed down, or so I thought. The next morning, things felt off. Not bad, just different. The boys were quieter during breakfast. Normally, they shouted over each other about eggs or cereal or who could fart the loudest. That morning, they barely talked. A couple of them kept glancing at me like I was a stranger. That night, as I was getting ready for bed in my counselor's bunk at the back of the cabin, I noticed something weird on my sleeping bag. At first, I thought it was a rock, or maybe a dirty marshmallow someone had dropped as a prank. But when I looked closer, my stomach turned. 2 teeth, real teeth, small, yellow-white with roots still attached. Definitely baby teeth. I stood there for a long time, staring at them. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to blow things out of proportion. My first thought was that one of the kids had lost teeth recently and thought it'd be funny to prank me. They probably wanted to give me a taste of my own medicine. Fair enough. But still, something about it unsettled me. I wrapped the teeth in a napkin and tossed them in the trash can behind the dining hall. The next day, one of the boys, Liam, didn't show up for archery. I thought maybe he was in the bathroom or just late. But by the time we got to lunch, he was still missing. That's when the head counselor, Mark, got involved. They searched the cabins, the lake, the trails. No one could find him. He wasn't in the nurse's cabin. He hadn't gone home. No one saw him leave. Eventually, the police were called. They spent the entire afternoon combing the woods. We were told to keep the kids in group areas and try not to scare them. But by dinner, everyone knew something was wrong. There was a weight over the camp, something heavy and quiet. Even the birds seemed quieter. I kept thinking about the teeth, the 2 teeth on my sleeping bag. I kept replaying that image in my head, and I started wondering if someone had taken my story too seriously. The police found Liam's body 2 days later, deep in the woods, a good mile off the trail. It wasn't on a path, wasn't near anything. He'd fallen into a rocky crevice, hidden by underbrush. The fall snapped his neck. They said he was probably out exploring alone and tripped. That was the official explanation. I didn't believe it, not because of ghosts or legends or any of that, but because of something I found later. After the kids were sent home early, we cleaned the cabins. I was sorting through Liam's backpack, checking for leftover food or wet clothes, and I found a small folded piece of paper tucked inside his sketchbook. It was a list. At the top, written in pencil, were the words, 2 names to trade. Below that, Liam C., Hunter P. Liam had written his own name, then crossed it out. The second name, Hunter, belonged to another boy in our cabin. I didn't know what to do with that. I didn't say anything. What could I say? That a ghost story made a 10-year-old wander into the woods and fall to his death? I folded the paper back up and buried it at the bottom of the trash bin outside the dining hall, under a pile of food wrappers and banana peels. The next week, I asked to be reassigned to a different cabin, something smaller. I stopped telling the Hollow Jack story. I told other stories, ones about bears or survival or silly things, but not that one. Still, kids asked about it. Word traveled fast at Elmwood, and even if I never told it again, they kept passing it around. Other counselors picked it up. Some added their own twists. Some made it sillier. Others made it darker. But I never told it again. The summer after that, I returned for one last season. I kept to myself more. I was stricter, less fun. I didn't want to be the scary story guy anymore. That last week, late August, I was packing up my gear in Cabin Maple, getting ready to head home for good. I lifted my sleeping bag and saw something tucked underneath it, a napkin. Inside it were 2 small, bloody teeth, and nothing else. No note, no names, just 2 teeth. That was the last time I ever set foot at Elmwood Ridge. I didn't finish the season. I left that afternoon, told the director I had a family emergency. Didn't even stay for dinner. I still have my retainer. I still have the 2 missing teeth. But I don't smile wide at campfires anymore. And I don't tell stories, not even now, because someone else is telling them for me. and I think they believe them a little too much. I went camping alone for the first time in late September, about 2 years ago. I had done plenty of camping with friends and my older cousins growing up, but never fully solo. I don't know if it was about proving something to myself or just getting away from the constant buzz of city life, but I packed up my old RAV4 with a cheap tent, my sleeping bag, a flashlight, 2 headlamps, some water, canned food, a small propane stove, and a lighter, and I headed out to a national forest area about 3 hours from where I lived. I had researched the place beforehand. It was primitive camping, no designated sites, just find a spot along the fire roads and set up. The appeal of it was that it was free and quiet, and you could usually go an entire weekend without seeing another person. It sounded like exactly what I needed. I got there around 3 p.m. on a Friday. The drive up into the mountains was peaceful. Trees were already turning color. The sky was that flat gray of early fall, and the air had that clean, cold smell that you only get in the forest after the summer heat is gone. I pulled off the main fire road onto a narrower trail that led down to a clearing near a stream I had seen on satellite maps. I hadn't scouted it in person, but it looked flat and remote enough to be perfect. I parked in a little pull-off just before the clearing since the brush started getting too tight for the car. I walked about 40 yards through some tall grass and sparse trees, found a spot that looked dry and level enough, and set up camp. It was quiet, just the occasional bird call and the rustling of dry leaves in the wind. The stream nearby was shallow but constant, and the gurgling sound gave the whole place a calming background noise. By 5 p.m., I had my tent up and my sleeping bag rolled out. I boiled some water, made myself some instant noodles, and sat on a fallen log to eat. I didn't have cell service out there, which I expected. I had brought a paperback novel and a small notebook, but after eating, I just sat in silence, watching the trees sway. The sun went down fast, as it always does in the woods. One moment it was dusk, and the next it was full-on night. I flicked on my headlamp and made sure I knew where I had put my knife and flashlight. Even though I had camped plenty, there's always that little edge of nervousness the first night alone. Every sound seems louder. Every shadow feels like it's watching you. Around 9 p.m., I was in my tent, zipped up in my sleeping bag, reading with the red light setting on my headlamp. The air was cold, probably around 40 degrees, and the fabric of the tent rippled lightly in the breeze. I wasn't sleeping yet, just trying to wind down. That's when I heard a sound from the direction of my car. It wasn't loud. It sounded like soft crunching on the gravel road. Not steady footsteps, more like shuffling. My body went rigid. I turned off my headlamp and held my breath. The wind had died down, and I could hear the sound more clearly now. Something or someone was moving slowly near the car. The gravel crunch was followed by silence, then another few steps, then nothing again. I stayed frozen. I tried to listen for voices, but there weren't any. No talking, no animal calls. Just those quiet, uneven steps and the soft brushing of something against the brush. I laid there, breathing as shallow as I could, trying to think of what it might be. Could have been a deer, or a raccoon, or a bear, though that was unlikely. Bears are loud and they grunt. Whatever this was, it sounded deliberate. After maybe 10 minutes, the sound stopped. I waited another 30 minutes before turning my headlamp back on. I didn't leave the tent. I just laid there, still and listening. But there was nothing. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, I stepped out of the tent and walked to where I had parked. Nothing looked disturbed. The car was fine. No prints in the gravel that I could make out, though it had rained lightly during the night, so the ground was soft. Could have easily erased anything. I chalked it up to nerves. Maybe it was a deer or some lost animal wandering around. That afternoon, I hiked along the stream for a while and came across a bunch of flattened grass near the bank and a few broken branches. Looked like something large had moved through there. I didn't think much of it. It's the woods, animals live here. I went back to camp around 5:30 p.m., boiled some more water for dehydrated food, and sat by the fire pit I had made from a ring of rocks. I had brought firewood in the car, since you're not supposed to gather dead wood in that forest. I made a small fire and sat there until about 8:30. Then I doused it, cleaned up, and crawled back into the tent. I had trouble sleeping that night. I kept hearing small things, sticks snapping, something brushing leaves, the occasional thud in the distance. I told myself it was squirrels or possums, but around midnight, I heard something again. This time it was closer, and it didn't sound like an animal. I was on my side, half asleep, when I heard what sounded like someone tapping a stick on the ground. Not hard, not fast, but rhythmically.
Top, top, top.
It was faint but clear. Then it stopped. I held my breath, heart racing. A few seconds passed, and I heard something scrape along the tent wall. Not claws, not fur. Something smooth, like fabric or skin. Just one long, slow brush along the side facing the clearing. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I was fully awake now, staring at the ceiling of the tent. Then I saw a quick flash of white light. Just a single second, from somewhere behind the tent, like someone had flicked a flashlight on and off. I wanted to scream. I grabbed the knife I kept beside me and stayed frozen. I didn't hear anything else for nearly an hour. No more tapping, no more movement, no more light, just silence and my pounding heart. Eventually, I must have passed out because I woke up around 6:30 a.m. to birds and sunlight. I unzipped the tent and looked around. There were no obvious footprints, no signs that someone had walked through. But I found something that made me feel sick. On the side of the tent where I heard the brushing sound, the outer layer had a long streak of what looked like mud or dirty water, about 4 feet long and faint, like something damp had slid against it. Could have been a wet dog, could have been someone's jacket. I didn't know. I packed up slowly that morning. I was supposed to stay one more night, but I didn't feel good about it. I kept looking over my shoulder. Every bird call made me flinch. I made 2 trips to get all my gear to the car and triple-checked that nothing was left behind. When I got back to the gravel road and started to drive, I passed a man walking along the edge of the trail about a half mile from where I had camped. He had a walking stick and a headlamp hanging from his neck, even though it was morning. He was probably in his 50s. He looked tired. I slowed the car to pass him and gave a small wave. He just stared, not in a hostile way, just blank. He didn't wave back. I thought about that guy the entire drive home. That night, I lay in bed thinking about everything. The footsteps, the tapping, the flash, the brushing against the tent. I tried to find a reason for it all. And the truth is, there are plenty of reasonable explanations. The first night, the footsteps near the car. Maybe someone had lost their dog and was out looking for it. Maybe they thought they were near their own camp and realized too late they had wandered too far. The tapping could have been someone using a walking stick, moving through the woods in the dark. Maybe they were using the red light mode on their headlamp to preserve night vision, and when they switched settings or fumbled with it, the white light flashed by accident. The brushing on the tent, an animal, maybe a large dog or even a deer brushing up against the fabric. That would explain the mud streak. Even the guy on the road the next morning, maybe he was out hiking early. Maybe he was the same one from the night before, just trying to find his way back to his own site, and I happened to be along the route. There are logical ways to connect every part of what happened. But the part that gets under my skin, the part that I can't explain away, is how it all felt when it was happening. It didn't feel random. It felt like something was circling me, checking me out, trying to decide something. It felt like being watched by someone who didn't want to be seen. I still go camping, but never alone. I bring a friend now, and I always park closer to the tent. I never sleep without my knife, my flashlight, and my phone fully charged. And I try to pick places where I'm either totally alone or clearly near other people. Not the in-between spaces. The truth is, the woods are full of strange noises, and when you're alone, your brain plays tricks on you. But sometimes it's not your brain. Sometimes the sounds are exactly what you think they are. Footsteps, lights, breath against the tent. Sometimes it's just people, and that's what makes it worse, because people are the only thing out there that can choose to be a threat. And out in the woods, there's no lock,
No walls.
just a thin layer of nylon between you and everything else. I was only about 7 years old when I first heard the story. It was told to us around a crackling campfire in the middle of the woods during a Cub Scout overnight trip. It was my first real camping experience. Our group leader, a tall, quiet man with a thick beard and heavy boots, gathered us around the fire after we had eaten hot dogs and marshmallows, our stomachs full and our faces sticky. We had been laughing earlier, telling goofy ghost stories and daring each other to run out into the trees and back. But when he started talking, everything got still. The forest around us quieted down like it was listening too. He didn't crack a smile. He didn't exaggerate his voice or try to make it fun. He just told the story in a slow, calm way that made it feel different than everything else we'd heard that night. I remember the flames lighting up his face and the long shadows stretching behind him. I remember how the hairs on my arms stood up and how I couldn't stop picturing it all in my head, even when I closed my eyes later that night and tried to sleep in my sleeping bag. But the story didn't leave me after that night. In fact, the older I got, the more real it started to feel. And even now, after all these years, I still think about it sometimes, especially when I'm out in the woods alone. It took place long ago, during the time when people were still heading west to chase gold, farmland, and a better life. It wasn't like today with phones and GPS and stores every few miles. It was hard land, rough weather, and no second chances. A man and his wife had packed up everything they owned, hitched their wagon, and set out toward the frontier. They were hopeful. From what I was told, the man was strong and patient, and the woman was smart and good with animals and cooking. Together they made a solid team, and that's probably what kept them alive through those first few months. They traveled until they found what they were looking for. A wide, flat patch of land in a small valley, surrounded by tall trees and a clear stream running nearby. The soil was soft enough to dig into, and the sun hit it just right. It felt like the kind of place where a life could be built. The trees around them were thick, full of deer, rabbits, and birds. There were tracks in the mud, and the man figured they'd have no problem trapping and hunting their food through the winter. Winter was only a few months away by then, so they got to work fast. The house they built wasn't much, just a one-room shack made of rough wood and packed mud for insulation. No windows, just a heavy door and a small chimney they made from rocks and clay. They cut wood every day, stacked it high, and stored what food they could. They salted meat, dried fruits, packed jars of beans and flour, and set traps while the weather was still forgiving. But no one really knows how cold it can get until the season turns on you. By the time the first snow hit, they were already stuck. Came heavy and fast that year, dropping 3 feet in the span of a couple of days. After that, it never really stopped. The cold sunk into everything. The wind never let up. The trees around them stood silent and dead-looking. Every time they went outside, even for a minute, their fingers would go numb, their clothes would freeze stiff, and the snow would find a way into their boots and gloves. The hunting trails were buried, and the animals vanished like they had disappeared from the earth. The man went out every few days trying to find something, anything, to bring back. But the traps came up empty, and he stopped seeing tracks in the snow. He thought maybe the animals had moved farther south, but he had no way to know. Every time he left the shack, it was a risk. He'd come back with nothing but frostbite on his fingers and a weaker body than before. The woman grew thin quickly. She stopped smiling. Her skin lost its color, and her lips cracked and bled from the dry air. Their food stores ran out quicker than they expected, partly because they hadn't planned for how many calories the cold would burn from their bodies. They had rationed as best they could. Tiny handfuls of oats, cups of melted snow, one rabbit stretched across 4 days. But it wasn't enough. Eventually, there was nothing left but bark tea and boiled leather. He made the decision after waking up one morning and seeing her lying still on the floor, her breath shallow, her body cold. She couldn't sit up anymore. Her fingernails had turned purple. He knew if he stayed there any longer, they would both die. So he bundled himself up, wrapped a scarf around his face, took his musket and a flint, and told himself he wouldn't come back without food. He didn't expect it to take long, maybe a day or 2 at most. He had done longer hunts before. He was gone for 3 days. During that time, he built small shelters from fallen branches and snowbanks, just enough to keep the wind off his back. At night, He'd light tiny fires, enough to keep him from freezing solid. He didn't sleep much, and he barely ate, just a few scraps of leftover jerky he'd forgotten about in his coat pocket. On the third day, he finally saw something. A rabbit, fat and slow, probably sick or half dead already. But it didn't matter. He raised his musket, hands shaking from cold and weakness, and fired. The shot rang through the trees, echoing like a cannon. The rabbit dropped. He grabbed it, warm blood still dripping, and for the first time in weeks he smiled. He turned and started back toward the shack, heart pounding with hope. The snow was still deep, but he knew the land well enough to navigate. It took him the rest of the day, but by sundown, the small wooden shack came into view through the trees. Smoke still rose from the chimney. That gave him a strange feeling. He hadn't expected her to have the strength to keep the fire going. But maybe she had found something to burn. Clothes, maybe some leftover wood. He approached slowly. Something was wrong. He said he could feel it before he even reached the door. The snow in front of the shack was disturbed, churned up like someone had been crawling or dragging themselves through it. But there were no footprints, just long, shallow grooves, like something had slithered or pulled itself along the ground. That didn't make sense. He opened the door and stepped inside. The fire was low, glowing orange, casting strange shadows on the walls. The room smelled like meat, cooked meat, but not the kind he recognized. There was a warmth in the room that didn't match what he felt outside. And there, lying on the dirt floor near the fire, was his wife. First, he didn't even know it was her. Her hands were gone, not like she had lost them to frostbite, but stripped clean to the bone, white and gleaming like sticks. Her forearms were shredded, raw and red, flesh hanging in strings. Her face was swollen, the skin around her mouth torn away, exposing her teeth permanently in a terrible grin. Her eyes were wide and unfocused, but they turned toward him when he stepped in, and her mouth began to move. She couldn't speak. Her lips were gone, but her jaw opened and closed, like she was trying to chew. Her tongue flicked out, dry and cracked, twitching like a worm in the sun. And then she began to drag herself toward him. He froze. He said he couldn't move at first. He just stood there with the rabbit in his hands, not understanding what he was looking at. But then she let out a sound. Not a word, not a moan, just a thick, wet gurgling from her throat. And her teeth clicked together as her jaw snapped shut, hard, like she was biting something that wasn't there. He backed away, dropped the rabbit. She kept crawling. Her legs were thin and bent wrong, like she hadn't used them in days. Her elbows pushed into the dirt as she dragged her body forward, bones scraping the floor. Blood stained the front of her dress, and her chest rose and fell with short, panicked breaths. He realized then what had happened. She had eaten herself. In the days he had been gone, with no food and no strength left, the hunger had broken something inside her. She had gone mad. At first, maybe she thought it was survival, just a nibble, just a finger. Then maybe she thought she was dreaming. Maybe she thought they were cookies or berries or meat, but it hadn't stopped. She had chewed her way through her hands, her arms, her face. And the worst part was that it hadn't killed her. Not yet. He couldn't do it. He couldn't help her. He couldn't even bring himself to go near her. So he backed out of the shack, shut the door, and sat down in the snow. He said the sounds she made from inside kept going until morning. By then, the fire had gone out, and the shack was quiet again. Eventually, he got up, took the musket, and walked for help. Took him almost a week, and he nearly died doing it. But he made it. When he finally told someone what had happened, they didn't believe him. Not at first, but when they sent a party back to the shack, they found it just as he described. Her body was there, curled in a corner, bones and all. The walls were scratched with bloody fingernails. The fire pit was cold. And on the floor, lying untouched, was the rabbit he had shot. He never went back after that. Moved east or maybe south, no one really knows. But the story lived on. I remember sitting by the fire that night, staring into the flames after our scout leader finished the story. None of us said anything for a long time. It was too quiet. The woods around us didn't make a sound. The trees seemed I didn't plan to spend a night in that cabin, and yet there I was, alone in the woods, with nothing but a flickering lantern and the cold creeping in through the cracked window frames. I still think back to that trip and wonder how everything unraveled so badly. It started out as a simple weekend getaway, a break from city noise and deadlines, a chance to be quiet, to reset. I drove for hours to get there, winding through roads that got narrower and bumpier, until finally reaching the place my friend had told me about. He said it was a remote cabin, cheap to rent, with no neighbors for miles. The perfect place to disconnect. I liked the sound of that, so I booked it without hesitation. I'd never been camping alone, but this was a cabin, solid walls, a roof overhead. How bad could it be? The first day went smoothly enough. The cabin sat at the edge of a dense forest, nestled against a hillside. Pine trees towered around it, their thick branches almost black against the late afternoon sun. The air was crisp, smelling of earth and pine needles. I carried my bags inside and set down my things, admiring the rough wooden walls and the simple, rustic furniture. There was a table, a couple of chairs, a bed frame, and a small stove that looked like it hadn't been used in months. The place was clean but bare. I spent the afternoon exploring the area, walking along faint trails through the woods. The forest was quiet, except for the occasional bird call and the rustle of wind through the leaves. I felt good being alone out there, away from emails and phone calls. My phone barely had any signal, but I didn't care. I told myself I wanted to disconnect for a while. When night came, the cabin suddenly felt different. The way the shadows from the trees stretched across the walls made the room feel smaller. The wind picked up, whistling softly through gaps in the window frames. I lit the lantern and set it on the table. Its pale light flickered, casting dancing shadows on the wooden floor. I sat in one of the chairs, sipping water from my bottle, listening to the silence outside. That's when I first heard it. A faint scraping noise coming from the outside wall, close to the back door. At first, I thought it might be a branch scraping against the cabin in the wind. But the noise was irregular, almost deliberate, and it lasted long enough to make me uneasy. I told myself it was nothing, probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or a bird looking for food. Still, I stood up and checked the back door and windows. Everything was locked tight, and there was no sign of anything unusual. I went back to my chair and tried to settle down, but the scraping noise started again, this time from a different side of the cabin. It was like someone was running their fingers over the wooden siding, slowly, carefully. I felt my heart beat faster, but I kept telling myself it was the wind playing tricks. After a while, the noise stopped, and I convinced myself to try to sleep. The bed was just a simple mattress on a wooden frame, and the blankets were thin. I pulled them tight around me and closed my eyes, but sleep didn't come easy. Every little sound outside made me tense up. The wind, the creak of the cabin settling, the occasional snap of a twig. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching on the dry leaves just beyond the cabin's edge. Morning came too early. The weak daylight filtered through the curtains, and I felt exhausted but awake. I made myself some instant coffee on the stove and sat by the window, watching the forest. Nothing looked out of place. No footprints in the dirt. No broken branches. No signs that someone had been near the cabin. Still, the unease lingered. I spent the next day walking deeper into the woods, trying to shake the feeling that someone was watching me. The forest was beautiful, peaceful even, but I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. Every time I stopped, I thought I caught movement between the trees, but when I looked, nothing was there. Back at the cabin, I double-checked the locks and sealed any gaps I could find with tape from my bag. I even dragged a heavy log against the back door. I told myself I was just being paranoid. After all, it was the middle of nowhere. Who would come looking for me here? That night, the sound started again, louder this time. The scraping, the footsteps, the faint tapping on the window. I didn't dare open the curtains, but I could see the outline of something moving just beyond the glass. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to call someone, but there was no signal, and I hadn't told anyone exactly where I was. I sat frozen, gripping the edge of the table, waiting for the noise to stop. Didn't. Instead, It grew louder, now accompanied by soft knocking on the door. Not a playful knock, but one slow and heavy, deliberate. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was trapped inside this small cabin with no way out. The lantern's light flickered as the wind blew harder. The knocking stopped, and everything went silent again. I stayed awake most of the night, listening for any more sounds. At first light, I decided to leave. I packed my things as quickly as I could and opened the front door. Nothing. No footprints. No sign that anyone had been there at all. I hurried to my car and started the engine, my hands shaking. As I drove away, I looked back once, and in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw a figure standing just inside the trees. But when I blinked, it was gone. The days after, I kept thinking about what had happened. The scratching, the knocking, the footsteps, but no evidence. No signs anyone had been near. I told friends about it, but they said maybe it was animals or just my imagination. Still, I knew what I heard. I knew something was out there. Something or someone who wanted to scare me, maybe keep me from leaving. I haven't gone back since. Sometimes, when I'm in bed at night, I hear faint scratching noises in my apartment. My mind jumps to that cabin and the feeling of being watched, trapped, helpless. But it's just the building settling, I tell myself. Just the pipes. Just my imagination. But I don't want to ever find out what else might be out there, waiting in tea. I never thought I'd end up stuck in a cabin alone, in the middle of nowhere with no cell service and no easy way out. But that's exactly where I found myself one early fall weekend, and the experience still haunts me when I think about it. The plan was simple. I wanted to get away from the city, from the constant noise and the never-ending buzz of people and traffic. I figured a weekend by myself in a remote cabin would be just the thing. A chance to disconnect, hike, read, and recharge. Nothing fancy, just me, the woods, and some good solitude. I found the cabin listed on a small rental site, a family-owned spot tucked deep in the mountains, accessible by a gravel road that wound through thick forest for miles. The pictures showed a simple wooden structure, nothing modern, no internet, no TV, just a wood stove, a small kitchen, and a few basic furnishings. It looked perfect. I drove out on a Friday afternoon, my car packed with groceries, hiking boots, a couple of books, and a sleeping bag, since the cabin didn't have proper bedding. The sun was already dipping as I turned off the main highway onto the dirt road, the forest closing in on either side like a dark wall of trees. The air smelled crisp and cool, heavy with pine and damp earth. It was the first real taste of fall, with some yellow and orange starting to tint the leaves. The road was rough, full of potholes and ruts. My car bounced along, and after about an hour, I finally saw the cabin through the trees. It looked smaller in person, more worn than the pictures suggested. The wooden porch sagged a bit, and the paint was peeling in places. But it had a quiet charm. No neighbors anywhere in sight. I unloaded my bags and locked the car behind the cabin. The forest was eerily still, except for the occasional rustle of leaves or a distant bird call. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The cabin smelled like old wood and something faintly musty, like it hadn't been aired out in a while. Dust motes floated in the last light coming through the windows. There was a simple kitchen area with a small propane stove, a sink, and a counter covered with some old pots and pans. A fold-out table sat near the window. In the corner, a wood stove looked like it hadn't been used in months. There was a single room that served as living and sleeping space, with a threadbare couch, a rickety wooden chair, and a small bookshelf with some worn paperbacks. I brought my sleeping bag and a pillow, planning to sleep on the couch. There was no electricity, but a small battery-powered lantern and some candles provided light. I unpacked my things and decided to start a fire in the stove. I found some dry wood stacked outside and some kindling in a crate near the porch. After a few failed attempts, the wood was damp and stubborn. I got the fire going. The orange flames flickered to life, and the cabin warmed slowly. Night came fast. The sky outside darkened, and the forest beyond the windows became a solid black wall. I lit some candles around the room and sat in the chair near the stove, drinking a cup of instant coffee. The silence felt strange. It wasn't peaceful exactly, more like a thick, heavy quiet that pressed on your ears. I tried to read but found my eyes drifting to the windows. The trees stood tall, their branches swaying slightly in the breeze, casting long shadows. The wind made a low moaning sound through the branches. Every now and then, I thought I heard a distant snap, maybe a branch breaking or an animal moving. Eventually, I wrapped myself in the sleeping bag on the couch. The fire crackled beside me, throwing flickering light across the walls. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes. I tried to sleep, but the darkness felt dense, like it was pressing in on the cabin. I woke suddenly around midnight. The fire was dying down to embers, and the cabin was cold. I could hear something, a faint scratching noise. I sat up and listened. It was coming from outside, near the porch. I stayed still, heart pounding, trying to convince myself it was just an animal. A raccoon, maybe, or a squirrel. But the scratching kept going, slow and deliberate. I grabbed my flashlight and peered out the window. The beam cut through the darkness but revealed nothing. The forest looked empty, just the tall, shadowy trunks and the moving leaves. I went back to bed but didn't sleep well. The scratching continued off and on, along with other sounds. Twigs breaking, a low rustling in the underbrush. I kept imagining footsteps, but whenever I looked, there was nothing. The next morning, I felt drained. I made coffee on the stove and decided to hike a bit to clear my head. The forest was beautiful in the daylight. Crisp air, golden light filtering through the leaves, birds calling. I walked along a narrow trail I'd found the day before, moving deeper into the woods. About an hour in, I noticed something odd on the ground. A small patch of disturbed earth, like something had dug there recently. Nearby, there were broken branches and flattened grass, as if someone or something had been hiding or moving around. I told myself it was just animals, maybe a fox or a coyote. Still, I felt a prickling unease. The woods felt different now, less welcoming. Later that day, I went back to the cabin and tried to shake the feeling. I cooked some canned soup, read more of my book, and kept the fire going. But the scratching at night came back, louder this time, almost like nails scraping wood. On the second night, I heard something else. A faint thud against the side of the cabin, then a quick rustle away into the darkness. I sat up, flashlight in hand, and scanned the windows. Nothing moved. I checked all the doors and windows, making sure they were locked and latched. The cabin was old but solid. Still, the idea of someone or something lurking just outside made my skin crawl. The third day, I found footprints in the dirt near the cabin. They were too big and too deep for any animal I knew. Human footprints. I stared at them, frozen. Whoever had made them was big, and the prints weren't fresh but not old either, maybe from the night before. I thought about leaving, but the dirt road was muddy from rain the night before. My car was parked at the end of the road, a good 20-minute walk away. I debated just hiking out to the car, but the woods felt wrong, like eyes were watching me. That night, I stayed awake, sitting by the fire with a baseball bat I found in a corner. The scratching and thudding noises started again, louder, closer. I heard heavy footsteps circling the cabin, crunching leaves and snapping branches. I remember gripping the bat tight, heart pounding in my chest, every muscle tense. The night felt endless. The wind died down, and everything went eerily silent for a moment. Then suddenly, a loud banging on the door made me jump. I swung the bat against the door, shouting out loud, though I knew no one could hear me. Then nothing. No footsteps running away, just silence. I stayed up all night, flashlight in hand, watching the windows. At dawn, the forest looked normal again, peaceful even, with the sun shining through the trees. I didn't sleep that day either. I packed my things quickly, grabbed the keys, and left the cabin. On the way out, I saw more footprints and marks on the trees, some scratches deep enough to show fresh wood beneath. I kept my eyes peeled the entire drive back to civilization, looking in the rearview mirror, expecting to see something chasing me. But nothing came. Back in town, I told a few friends about the experience. They said maybe it was some local hunter or someone messing around. But when I checked the local ranger station, they told me there had been reports of a man living off the grid in those woods. Someone who didn't want visitors, who would sometimes scare off hikers and campers to keep his territory private. No one really knew much about him because he never stayed in one place for long. They called him the woodsman or the hermit, but no one had ever caught him. I don't know who or what was out there at the cabin that weekend, but whatever it wasn't friendly. It wasn't a ghost or some supernatural thing, it was real and dangerous. The silence, the footsteps, the scratches, all of it was a warning to stay away. I didn't plan to stay long, just a weekend, a chance to get away from the city noise, the rush, the constant pressure that always seemed to follow me. The cabin was supposed to be a refuge, a small, old wooden structure I found listed online. Remote, off the grid, cheap enough for me to afford a loan, and in a part of the woods I hadn't explored before. The kind of place you hear about in stories but don't expect to ever find yourself in. When I arrived, the sun was already dipping low behind thick pines. The road leading up was nothing but a narrow dirt path, half overgrown and twisting through the trees like a secret no one wanted disturbed. My car crunched over the loose gravel and dry leaves, the sound swallowed quickly by the forest around me. The trees were tall and old, their trunks wide and dark, standing like silent sentinels. The air smelled clean, a mix of pine and earth, a sharp contrast to the city's usual smoke and exhaust. The cabin stood at the end of the path. It was small, made of weathered logs that looked like they had seen decades of storms and sun. The roof sagged slightly on one side, and a few windows were cracked or dusty, but it was solid. The front porch had a few broken boards, and a rusty lantern hung crookedly by the door. I unlocked it with the key left for me and pushed the door open. The smell inside was stale, a mix of wood, dust, and something faintly musty, like something had been left shut in for too long. Inside, the cabin was simple. A single room with a stone fireplace, a small wooden table and 2 chairs. A narrow bed covered with a thin blanket sat pushed against one wall. There was a small kitchen area with an old stove and a sink, though the faucet didn't work anymore. The floorboards creaked softly underfoot, and thin rays of late sunlight slipped through the gaps in the window frames. I set down my bag, ran my hand over the rough wood of the table, and took a deep breath. It was quiet, too quiet, but there was something calming about that too. The first night passed without incident, though I barely slept. The silence of the forest at night was heavier than I expected. It wasn't just quiet, it was an oppressive kind of silence, like the woods were holding their breath. Outside, I could hear the occasional snap of a twig or rustle of leaves, but no animals or birdsong. Just the sound of the wind pushing through the branches, and my own breathing. Morning light felt like a relief. I stepped outside and looked around. The trees stretched up endlessly in every direction. The dirt path was still there, though the tracks from my car were quickly fading. I went down to the small creek I had noticed earlier, where water ran cold and clear over smooth stones. I drank from my bottle, the cold water refreshing and sharp. The forest seemed peaceful in the daylight, almost welcoming, but there was a tension beneath it I couldn't shake. That afternoon, I explored around the cabin a little. The land sloped gently down toward a patch of dense thicket, and beyond that, more trees as far as I could see. No other houses, no signs of people, just the forest stretching on and on. I found an old fire pit a little ways off, surrounded by stones and blackened logs. It looked like someone had used it not too long ago, though there were no footprints nearby. I gathered some dry wood for a fire later and brought it back. The second night was worse. I tried to keep busy, lighting a fire in the stone pit out back, cooking some canned beans on the old stove. The flames sputtered but held steady, casting flickering shadows on the cabin walls. The wind had picked up outside, rattling the windows and bending the trees so they groaned under the pressure. It was hard to tell where the sounds were coming from. Branches scraping the roof, maybe, or something heavier moving in the brush. Sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, just outside the cabin. Sometimes on the porch, sometimes circling around the back. I told myself it was the wind or animals, but the sound was too steady to be a deer or a raccoon. It was the sound of something pacing. After hours of listening, I got up and looked out the window. The porch was empty. The trees swayed in the moonlight, but nothing moved close. The next day, I was on edge. I tried to stay busy cleaning up the cabin, stacking wood, and walking more of the surrounding area. I found what looked like a trail, overgrown and barely used, leading deeper into the woods. I didn't follow it long, just enough to know it existed. There were signs someone had been there recently. Crushed grass, a few broken branches, and a spot where the ground looked freshly disturbed. I couldn't shake the feeling I wasn't alone. That evening, as the sun set, I gathered more firewood and made sure to lock the door. The wind was calm now, but the forest still felt heavy, watching. I sat by the fire pit, the flames small but steady, and tried to focus on the stars above. The sky was clear, the Milky Way stretched out in a ribbon of light, but even the beauty didn't calm me. Then, just as I was about to head inside, I noticed something. Footprints in the dirt, just past the fire pit. They were too big and heavy to be animal tracks, the shape of thick boots pressed clearly into the soil. They weren't mine, and they hadn't been there that morning when I checked. I stared at the tracks, heart pounding. They led from the woods toward the cabin, stopped near the back door, and then disappeared. I went inside quickly, locked the door again, and sat down, trying to calm my shaking hands. The thought that someone had come close enough to touch the cabin, maybe even watched me, made the night air suddenly cold. I checked all the windows, made sure nothing was broken or disturbed. The next day, I planned to leave. Not just because of the footprints, but because something about this place was wrong. The silence, the feeling of being watched, the way the forest seemed to press in on me from every side. I packed my bag and prepared to leave, but before I got into the car, I decided to check the back of the cabin one last time. That's when I saw it. A small pile of things arranged carefully in the dirt near the fire pit. At first, I didn't understand what it was, just some sticks and leaves. But as I got closer, I saw it was more than that. There was a circle made from stones, with some scraps of cloth, bits of metal, and some bones. Animal bones, I think. They were arranged in a pattern, like someone had taken care to set them just right. My skin crawled. This wasn't some random mess or animal den. It was deliberate. Someone had been here, close by, and they had left a sign. I took a photo with my phone, then hurried back inside. My hands were shaking as I locked the door again. The forest felt darker, the shadows longer. The wind stirred the trees in a whisper that sounded almost like a warning. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the door with the flashlight in my hand, eyes scanning every dark corner outside. Every small noise made my heart leap. The following morning, I didn't wait for the sun to rise. I threw my bag in the car, started the engine, and drove away as fast as I could. I didn't look back. Weeks later, I learned the truth about that part of the woods. Local hunters and hikers spoke quietly about it, never mentioning it directly, but the stories were clear enough. There had been a group living off the grid in those woods. People who didn't want to be found. They were said to be dangerous, violent, and territorial. The bones I saw? Likely from their traps or worse. The cabin wasn't abandoned like I thought. It was a borderline outpost, a place they might check sometimes, a warning for anyone who wandered too close. I still wonder how close they really were that night. The experience left me shaken, but it also taught me something important about the wilderness. How it can seem peaceful and beautiful on the surface, but holds secrets beneath that silence. Dangers that don't announce themselves with screams or shadows, but with quiet footsteps, signs left in the dirt, and the feeling that you are not welcome. I never went back to that cabin. The forest is still there, vast and endless. But for me, that place became a reminder of something I'd never want to face again. It started as a trip like any other, but ended up becoming one of the most unsettling experiences of my life. I didn't expect it to be scary. I was just looking for some quiet time away from the city. Something simple. A weekend in a cabin alone, deep in the woods where I could disconnect from everything. No internet, no phone, just nature and silence. I had rented a small cabin through one of those online platforms, one tucked far into a forested area about 3 hours from where I lived. The photos made it look perfect, old, but solid, surrounded by tall pine trees, with a small creek running nearby. The price was good, so I booked it without thinking twice. I arrived late afternoon, the sun already dipping low behind the thick canopy of trees. The air smelled clean and fresh, mixed with pine and damp earth. The gravel road I drove down was narrow and winding, the trees closing in tight on either side. It felt peaceful but also isolated. The cabin was small, a single story with a porch that creaked underfoot. The wood was weathered, darkened by years of rain and sun, but sturdy. The windows were dusty and the doors paint chipped. It looked untouched for a while, but not abandoned. I unlocked the door with the key the owner had left in a box outside and stepped inside. Inside, the cabin was sparsely furnished. A small kitchen with a wood stove, a table and 2 chairs, a cot in the corner, and a pile of firewood stacked next to the door. No electricity, no running water. I liked that. I wanted to unplug completely. I set my bag down, lit a fire in the stove, and opened the windows to let in the evening air. The sky outside was fading into twilight, shadows stretching between the trees. I ate some canned beans I brought along, drank water from a bottle, and settled in. As the fire crackled, I noticed how quiet it was. No cars, no planes, no people. Just the occasional chirp of a bird settling down for the night and the distant rush of the creek. I planned to sleep early, but something made me stay up longer. Maybe it was the feeling of being completely alone, or maybe the strange silence that felt heavier than I expected. I stepped outside to take a look around the porch under the weak moonlight. The forest seemed endless, dark, and dense. The creek was close. I could hear the water moving over rocks. I could see some animal tracks in the soft mud nearby, maybe deer or raccoon. As I stood there, I realized how different it was from the city. No streetlights, no noise pollution, just the natural sounds of the forest, but those sounds were strange in a way, like they had a pattern or a rhythm I wasn't used to. That night, I slept lightly. The unfamiliar creaks and groans of the old cabin kept waking me. Wood contracting in the cold, the wind brushing through the trees. I heard animals rustling in the brush, and once, something heavier moving in the distance. The next day was bright and sunny. I woke early and went outside to explore. I followed the creek upstream, enjoying the cold splash of water on my hands and the fresh smell of moss and wet stone. The forest was alive with small noises, birds calling, bugs buzzing. I wandered further than I planned, following deer paths and looking for interesting rocks and plants. After a few hours, I realized I hadn't marked my trail well, and I wasn't entirely sure which way led back to the cabin. That was when I noticed the piles of cut wood stacked oddly beside a large tree. The wood looked fresh, like someone had been chopping it recently. That seemed strange because I had expected the area to be untouched. I started walking back, trying to keep track of the sun and my surroundings. The trees all looked the same, and it was easy to get turned around. The deeper I went, the quieter it became, until even the birds seemed to have stopped singing. When I finally saw the cabin in the distance, relief flooded me. But as I approached, I noticed something that chilled me. A set of footprints around the cabin door, some of them muddy, some fresh. I hadn't seen any other cars or people on the way in, and the rental listing said the place was supposed to be empty except for me. I checked the door and windows carefully. Nothing seemed broken or forced. I decided not to worry too much and went inside. That night was worse. The wind picked up, rattling the cabin like it might tear the whole place apart. I kept hearing noises outside, branches snapping, something heavy shifting in the dark. Every so often, there was a low sound, almost like a groan or a deep breath. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the forest and the weather, but it was impossible to relax. I sat by the fire, turning the old rusty knife I'd brought in my hands. It was comforting in a way, a small reminder of control in a place where I felt so exposed. Then something happened. Around midnight, I was woken by the sound of something banging on the cabin wall. Not a soft tap, but hard, deliberate thuds. My heart raced. I stayed frozen, listening. The banging stopped. I didn't hear footsteps, but something was definitely outside. I grabbed my knife and flashlight, turned it on, and shone it through the window. The beam caught the eyes of an animal. Not a deer or raccoon, but something bigger. A large bear, standing on its hind legs, scratching and hitting the cabin wall. The bear must have smelled the food inside or was just curious. I froze, hoping it wouldn't break through the thin wood. The banging stopped after a minute. The bear sniffed the air one last time and lumbered back into the trees. I didn't sleep after that. The next day, I decided to pack up and leave. But as I was gathering my things, I noticed something else. On the porch, there were more footprints. They weren't animal prints. These were human boots, heavy tread, recent. I didn't see anyone around, but it was clear someone had been there, maybe while I was out exploring. The thought of a stranger walking near my cabin when I was alone made my skin crawl. I looked around carefully, checking the windows and doors for signs of forced entry. Nothing, but the footprints weren't mine, and they hadn't been there before. I wanted to call someone, but there was no cell signal, no internet, nothing. I was completely cut off. I debated whether to leave immediately or stay until morning. I stayed. That night, I kept the fire going and my knife close. I barricaded the door with a wooden chair. The wind howled outside, and every little noise made me jump. At some point, I heard a different sound. Footsteps on the porch, slow and deliberate. I held my breath, gripping my knife. The footsteps stopped at the door. I pressed myself against the far wall, hiding in the shadows. Nothing happened. The footsteps moved away. I waited until dawn, too afraid to sleep. In the early morning light, I stepped outside to inspect. There were fresh boot prints on the porch, and they led away into the forest. Someone had come to the cabin during the night. I packed everything quickly and left. When I finally got back to my car and turned on the radio, I heard a local news report. There had been a man who escaped from a nearby prison camp a few days earlier. He was armed and dangerous, last seen in the area. I realized then that the footprints, the noises, the banging, none of it was a trick of nature. I had been sharing that cabin with a stranger, someone who didn't want to be found. I drove straight to the nearest police station to report everything. The thing is, even though I told them where I'd stayed and what I'd seen, the search found no trace of the man near the cabin or in the woods. I guess he moved on, but I never went back. The woods around that cabin, the silence, the isolation, all of it felt different after that night. Something about being so close to danger without warning is hard to forget. I learned that nature isn't just peaceful. It can be unpredictable and sometimes dangerous because of the people who use it to hide. The cabin itself wasn't haunted or cursed. It was just a quiet place in a vast forest where someone desperate could hide, and I had stumbled into it by chance. That experience taught me to respect the unknown, to be more cautious about isolation, and to realize that sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but real people and real danger lurking where you least expect it. I still remember the day I decided to spend a few nights alone in that old cabin deep in the woods. It wasn't a place I had heard stories about, no legends or warnings from locals. It was just a simple cabin I had found on an online listing, a rental tucked away several miles off the beaten path. The pictures showed a small, weathered wood cabin surrounded by thick forest. No electricity, no running water, just a quiet place to disconnect, to get away from the noise of the city and the constant buzz of modern life. I was craving solitude. Life in the city had been getting to me. The noise, the crowds, the never-ending cycle of work and distractions. I wanted something different, something quiet and still, even if just for a little while. I booked it for 3 nights. The first night, I arrived just before sunset, carrying a backpack with food, water, a sleeping bag, and some essentials. The cabin was about 2 hours' drive from the nearest town, down a winding dirt road that seemed to get narrower the further I went. By the time I pulled up to the small clearing where the cabin sat, the sun was dipping behind the thick trees, turning the sky orange and purple. The air smelled of pine and damp earth. I parked my car under a few tall spruce trees and grabbed my pack. The cabin was simple, maybe 400 square feet. The wood was rough and gray from years of weather. The roof sagged a little on one side, and the windows were covered with thin curtains. Inside, it smelled faintly of old wood and something like dust mixed with the faint mustiness of forgotten things. The floor creaked under my feet. There was a small wood stove in the corner, a rickety table with 2 chairs, a single bed against one wall, and shelves lined with a few canned goods left behind by previous renters or maybe the owner. The cabin had no electricity, no phone signal, no internet. I liked that, felt peaceful. I unpacked my things, stacked some firewood by the stove, and started a small fire. The warm orange light filled the room, pushing back the shadows. Outside, the woods were already growing dark and still. I ate a simple dinner, then settled in with a book. The silence was thick, except for the occasional snap of a twig or rustle of leaves outside. Night came quickly, and after a while I got sleepy. I went to bed early, wrapped in my sleeping bag. The thin walls did little to block the sounds of the forest. The distant hoot of an owl, the rustling of branches in the wind, maybe the soft patter of rain on the roof. That first night, nothing unusual happened. The forest was quiet, peaceful almost. I slept well, waking with the first light of dawn filtering through the window. The second day I spent hiking through the woods nearby. The trail was rough, tangled with roots and rocks, but I didn't mind. The air was cool and fresh. I saw deer tracks in the mud and heard birds singing in the canopy above. There was no one else for miles. At one point, I crossed a small creek, stepping carefully over slippery stones. When I returned to the cabin, I noticed the door was slightly ajar, though I was sure I had locked it. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe the wind had blown it open. I closed it firmly and double-checked the latch. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. I made a fire, cooked a simple meal, and read by the stove. The solitude was calming. I liked being alone with my thoughts, away from everything. As night fell again, I went to bed early once more. The sounds outside felt louder this time. The cracking of branches, the distant howling of some animal, maybe a coyote. The wind picked up, rattling the cabin walls. I felt a small shiver run down my spine, but told myself it was just the cold. That night, I was woken suddenly by a noise. It was faint at first, almost like a whisper. Then it grew louder, something scraping against the side of the cabin. My heart started racing. I lay still, listening. The scraping stopped, replaced by a soft thud. Then silence. I didn't move. I told myself it was probably an animal, a raccoon or a deer brushing against the cabin. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching. I grabbed my flashlight from the table and shone it out the window. The woods were dark and empty. Nothing moved. I tried to calm down, telling myself I was just tired and imagining things. Eventually, I fell back asleep. The next morning, I went outside to check the cabin's perimeter. The ground was soft from last night's rain. Near the side where I had heard the scraping, I noticed fresh marks on the wood, scratches deep enough to catch my fingers if I ran them over. They looked like claw marks that sent a chill through me. I looked around for tracks. There were prints in the mud, large and heavy, too big for any common animal I knew. They headed into the woods, away from the cabin. I felt a knot in my stomach. Whatever made those marks was still out there. The rest of that day, I stayed close to the cabin. I made sure to keep the fire going, piling wood around the stove for warmth. The scratches on the cabin bothered me more than I expected. My mind kept running through worst-case scenarios. That night, the noises returned. First, the scraping again, more insistent this time. Then heavy thumps against the cabin walls, like something trying to get in. I didn't dare move. I sat frozen, listening as the sounds moved around the cabin's perimeter. At one point, something large brushed against the door. I heard the latch rattle, but it held. After what felt like hours, the noises faded. I stayed awake the rest of the night, eyes fixed on the door, clutching a heavy stick I had found outside. The next morning, I found more signs. The ground near the cabin was churned up, like something large had been digging or pawing at the earth. Pieces of bark were torn from the trees close by. The scratches on the cabin had gotten worse, deeper and more frequent. It looked like whatever was out there was trying harder to get in. I started to feel trapped, like the woods around me had shifted from peaceful to threatening. I decided not to wait for the third night. I packed my things quickly and planned to leave before sunset. But as I was getting ready, I noticed something else. A set of footprints leading toward the cabin, smaller and lighter, like a person's. I hadn't seen anyone else come near all day. That unsettled me even more. As the sun began to set, I locked the door, piled my things into my pack, and headed down the dirt road toward my car. I kept looking back, feeling eyes on me from the trees. The forest was alive with sounds I had never noticed before. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, heavy footsteps moving just out of sight. I didn't run, but I didn't stop either. When I reached the car, I locked the doors and sat inside for a moment, catching my breath. I looked back toward the cabin one last time. In the dim light, I saw something standing near the edge of the clearing, just between the trees. I couldn't make out what it was, just a dark shape. I blinked, and it was gone. Driving back down the road, I kept the windows up and the radio on, even though there was barely any signal. The forest seemed to close behind me like a trap, the trees pressing in on the narrow road. I didn't look back again until I reached the paved highway. At home, I tried to explain what happened to myself, to write it off as a wild animal or my imagination. But I still think about those scratches and the heavy footprints, the way something kept trying to get inside the cabin, and that dark shape I saw as I left. The woods were supposed to be peaceful, a place to rest and disconnect. Instead, they felt like a cage, and I was lucky to get out when I did. Even now, I don't go back near that cabin. I don't know what was out there in the woods, maybe a bear or some other wild animal. But I'm sure of one thing: it wasn't friendly, and it didn't want me there. The sun had just begun to dip below the thick line of trees when I pulled up the gravel road that led to the cabin. It was late September, the air crisp but not quite cold yet, and the last bits of daylight filtered through the dense canopy above. I'd been looking forward to this trip for weeks. A few days away from the city, no phone, no internet, just me and the quiet woods. The cabin sat back about 50 yards from the road, hidden behind a cluster of pines and firs. From the outside, it looked like any typical small cabin. Weathered gray wood, a stone chimney, and a front porch with a creaky wooden swing. It was simple, maybe built in the late 70s, but solid. I'd rented it through a small local service, the kind of place where the owner leaves you a handwritten note and a key taped under a flower pot. As I stepped out of the car, the crunch of leaves underfoot reminded me how long it had been since I'd been in a place like this. I grabbed my bags and headed to the front door. The lock was stiff, but the key turned after a little struggle, and the door creaked open to reveal a small entryway that smelled faintly of cedar and old wood. Inside, the cabin was just as basic as I expected. A small living room with a couch that looked more decorative than comfortable, a stone fireplace with some stacked firewood beside it, and a kitchen with a worn but functional stove. A narrow hallway led to 2 small bedrooms and a bathroom. The furniture was sparse, mostly wooden, practical pieces with a few old lamps and some faded curtains. I set my things down on the couch and walked over to the window. Outside, the forest stretched out, thick and still, with only the occasional rustle of a squirrel or bird to break the silence. I liked that quiet, almost too much quiet, and I knew that was part of why I'd come here. The city noise had been grinding me down for months. I needed to reset. That first evening, I made a small fire in the fireplace, sat down with a book, and let myself relax. The fire crackled softly, the only sound in the room besides the occasional pop of burning wood. I didn't hear any strange noises or footsteps, just the deep quiet of the forest pressing in. I went to bed early, the mattress thin but decent enough. The night outside was dark without any streetlights or city glow. I fell asleep to the soft rustle of leaves and distant calls of owls. The next day, I woke up early to the sound of birds. The sun was streaming through the curtains, making the small cabin feel a little less cold. I brewed some coffee on the old stove and ate a simple breakfast of toast and peanut butter, watching the trees sway in the morning breeze. After breakfast, I decided to explore the nearby woods. The cabin was on the edge of a small state forest, and there were some hiking trails not far from the road. I put on my boots, grabbed a backpack with water and snacks, and set off. The trail was narrow and covered in fallen leaves, winding through tall pines and birches. The air was fresh, smelling of earth and pine needles. I followed the path for about an hour, the quiet broken only by the sound of my boots and the occasional bird call. I found a small clearing with a fallen log and sat down for a break. Looking around, I noticed how peaceful it was. No planes, no cars, just nature. Felt good to be out here, away from everything. On my way back, I took a slightly different path, curious about where it led. After about 10 minutes, I came across a small creek, the water clear and cold. I crouched down and dipped my hand in, feeling the chill. I followed the creek for a bit, enjoying the soft sound of running water. That afternoon, I went back to the cabin, tired but content. I cleaned up and started another fire. The sun set earlier than I expected, and soon the room was lit only by the flames and a small lantern I'd brought along. As the night deepened, the quiet outside grew more intense. I could hear the wind moving through the branches and the occasional snap of a twig. There was something about that kind of silence that felt different from the city. It wasn't empty. It was alive in a subtle way. I stayed up reading until my eyes grew heavy. When I finally went to bed, I was tired enough that I didn't think twice about the small noises the cabin made, the creaks and groans of old wood settling. The second night was when things started to feel different. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night to a sound outside the window. It was faint but distinct, a rustling, like something moving through the underbrush. I lay still for a moment, trying to tell if it was a deer or some other animal. The moonlight was bright enough that I could see the outlines of trees and bushes. After a few minutes, the noise stopped. I told myself it was nothing, just the usual forest sounds. Still, I didn't fall right back to sleep. I sat up and listened, but everything was quiet now except for the wind. I looked at the clock. 2:17 a.m. Too early to get up, but too late to ignore the noise. I tried to settle back down, but my mind wouldn't let me. I was thinking about the silence, about how peaceful it had been earlier that day, and about how different it felt now. Eventually, I got up and went to the window to look outside. The forest looked calm, just the way it had all day. No sign of anything unusual. I closed the curtains and went back to bed. The next morning, I found some broken branches and flattened grass near the edge of the clearing behind the cabin. They looked like something heavy had passed through. Not big enough for a bear, but bigger than a deer. I snapped a few pictures with my phone, thinking maybe it was just a large animal moving through. I spent the day exploring the forest again, but I kept noticing signs that something was nearby. Tracks, broken twigs, fresh scat. I tried to stay calm and rationalize it. It was probably just a wild animal, maybe a large coyote or a stray dog. The area was remote enough for wildlife. That night, I decided to sleep with the cabin door locked and some kitchen knives on the bedside table. Felt like overkill, but the unease was growing. By the third day, things were starting to feel worse. I woke again in the middle of the night to sounds outside. Something heavier this time, slow steps in the dirt. My heart pounded as I lay still, listening. The sound stopped close to the cabin, then a sudden snap, like a branch breaking under weight. I grabbed a flashlight and quietly got out of bed. The cabin was cold and dark, the only light coming from the moon. I crept to the window and peered outside. The beam of the flashlight cut through the trees, but I saw nothing, just shadows. Still, the feeling that I was being watched was overwhelming. I sat down at the kitchen table and tried to calm my nerves. I checked the locks on the doors and windows. Everything was secure. I kept the knives close, and after a while, I forced myself to go back to bed. The following day, I didn't want to leave the cabin. The forest felt less inviting and more threatening. I stayed inside, keeping the fire going and checking the perimeter every hour. That afternoon, I noticed footprints in the soft dirt just a few feet from the porch. They were large and unlike any animal prints I knew. The prints were human-like, but not exactly the size or shape of an average person's feet. They were wider, almost misshapen. I took photos and examined them closely. The prints led from the woods to the porch but stopped abruptly before the steps. It was as if whoever had left them didn't come closer. I felt a chill run down my spine. That night was the worst. I barely slept. The noises outside were constant. Shuffling, snapping twigs, rustling leaves. At one point, I heard a low growl, not quite a dog, not quite a bear. My phone was dead, no signal, no way to call for help. Around 3 a.m., I heard something scraping against the side of the cabin. I turned on the flashlight and shone it outside. There was nothing there. I stayed awake the rest of the night, watching every shadow. The next morning, I was exhausted but knew I had to get out. I packed quickly, keeping my eyes on the forest the entire time. I double-checked the locks and stepped outside. The forest was quiet, too quiet. I walked to my car, my heart racing every time I heard a crack of a branch or a rustle behind me. When I reached the car, I locked the doors and started the engine. As I pulled away, I glanced back at the cabin, its dark windows staring like empty eyes. Later, when I was safely back in the city, I looked up information about the area. I discovered that the forest was known for occasional illegal activity. People had reported strange figures lurking, sometimes hunting, sometimes watching. The local rangers told stories about trespassers who had been caught living in the woods, and about others who disappeared for days. I realized then that what I'd experienced wasn't supernatural. It wasn't ghosts or monsters. It was real life. People who didn't want to be found, people who might be dangerous. That cabin, that forest, was a place where strangers could hide. And I'd come close to running into them. The experience left me shaken but grateful. Grateful that I'd stayed inside most of the time. Grateful that I'd left when I did. I learned that the forest silence could hide things far worse than imagined. And sometimes, the scariest stories are the ones that don't involve ghosts, just the unknown dangers of real people in the dark. Since that trip, I haven't returned to the cabin. The cabin stood at the edge of the dense forest, far enough from any town or road to make me question why I had chosen this place in the first place. It was a small wooden structure, with peeling brown paint, and a sagging porch that creaked when the wind pushed against it. I found it listed online for a decent price, off-grid retreat. The ad called it, perfect for a few days away from the noise of the city. The pictures showed a quiet spot surrounded by towering pines, a little fire pit out front, and windows that looked out over a small clearing. I needed to get away, so I packed a few bags, loaded up my old truck, and drove out as far as the maps would take me. The last stretch of road was little more than a dirt path, narrow and winding, flanked on either side by thick forest that pressed in close. The sun was beginning to lower in the sky by the time I arrived, casting long shadows between the trees. The air smelled like pine and damp earth, heavy with the quiet of the wilderness. There was no cell phone signal here, no internet, no one. Just the cabin, the trees, and me. The first thing I noticed when I got inside was the smell. A mix of old wood, mildew, and something else that I couldn't quite place. It wasn't unpleasant, just musty, like the cabin had been closed up for years without fresh air. The floors were rough planks, the walls lined with faded wallpaper curling at the edges. There was a small wood stove in the corner and a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. A narrow bed frame sat pushed against one wall, its mattress thin and stained. I set down my bags and started unpacking, lighting a few candles and opening the windows to let the fresh air in. Outside, the forest was already darkening, the trees swaying slightly with the wind. The silence was almost overwhelming. No cars, no airplanes, just the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird settling in for the night. As darkness fell, I built a fire in the pit outside. The crackling flames threw flickering light across the clearing. The stars above were sharp and bright, far clearer than anything I was used to in the city. For a while, I sat by the fire, feeling the heat on my face, listening to the night sounds. Owls hooted somewhere deeper in the woods, and every so often a branch snapped under the weight of some unseen animal. I went to bed early that night, tired from the drive. The cabin was cold inside, even with the thin blanket I'd brought. The wood floor creaked beneath me as I moved around, and the wind tapped lightly against the window panes. It was peaceful in a way that felt almost too complete, like being cut off from the world. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At first, I thought I heard footsteps outside, soft and deliberate on the dry leaves. I lay still, heart beating fast, ears straining in the dark. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and a heavy silence took over again. I told myself it was probably just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, moving through the clearing. I wasn't too worried, but I didn't get back to sleep right away. Morning came slowly. I brewed some coffee on the wood stove and sat by the window, watching the sun rise over the trees. The forest was alive with birdsong and the low hum of insects. The cabin felt warmer now, the cold from the night fading with the light. I planned to spend the day exploring the woods, maybe find a stream or a trail. As I packed a small backpack with water and snacks, I noticed something odd on the porch. A single footprint pressed into the soft dirt, clear and fresh. It was a size I couldn't quite place, maybe a man's, but the pattern was unfamiliar. The thought made my stomach twist. I hadn't seen anyone else around since I arrived. I left the cabin and walked into the woods, the ground soft beneath my boots. The trees grew thicker here, branches tangled overhead so the sun barely touched the forest floor. I followed the trail as best I could, though it was faint and overgrown in places. After an hour or so, I heard water running and found a narrow creek cutting through the underbrush. The clear, cold water rushed over smooth stones, and I knelt down to splash some on my face. While I rested by the creek, I thought again about the footprint. Maybe someone had been hiking here recently, or maybe it was from the previous tenant of the cabin. Still, the idea of another person so close unsettled me. The woods were supposed to be empty. I headed back to the cabin as the sky grew cloudy. The wind had picked up, rattling the trees and sending leaves swirling through the air. When I got close, I noticed something else. The door to the cabin, which I'd locked tightly before leaving, was now slightly ajar. My heart hammered. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, calling out, though I knew no one would answer. The cabin was still undisturbed. Nothing seemed out of place except the door. I checked the windows, the porch, even looked behind the cabin, but there was no sign of anyone. Whoever had come here hadn't left anything behind except that footprint and the open door. I locked the door again and set a chair against it from the inside, just to be safe. The rest of the afternoon passed quietly. I stayed close to the cabin, making sure the fire pit was safe and gathering some dry wood. The clouds broke just before sunset, painting the sky with streaks of orange and purple. I sat outside and ate dinner by the fire, trying to shake the uneasy feeling creeping over me. Night fell again, deeper and darker than before. I lit every candle I had and kept the wood stove burning to chase back the cold. The wind howled through the trees like a living thing, and shadows danced across the walls. I forced myself to stay calm. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again, this time louder and closer. They moved around the cabin, slow and steady, circling like a predator. My heart was in my throat. I stayed perfectly still, barely daring to breathe, waiting for something to happen. The footsteps stopped outside the window closest to my bed. I saw a shadow flicker briefly in the candlelight, then vanish. A low scraping noise came from the porch, as if something heavy was being dragged. I grabbed a heavy stick from beside the door and waited, every muscle tense. After what felt like hours, the noise stopped. I didn't dare move until dawn, when the light finally bled through the cracks in the window frame. In the morning, I went outside carefully. The porch was damaged. The boards were scratched and gouged, as if someone or something had tried to pry the door open. The footprint was back, along with another set of marks, deep, wide, and uneven, like the claws of a large animal. But there were no other signs. No broken glass, no blood, no discarded items. I packed my things quickly, deciding I wouldn't stay another night. As I loaded the truck, I noticed tire tracks leading away from the cabin into the forest. Someone had driven a vehicle nearby, but I hadn't seen or heard anything. The tracks were fresh, less than a day old. I drove away slowly, eyes scanning the tree line. The forest seemed to close in behind me, dark and silent once more. I kept looking in the rearview mirror until the cabin was out of sight, swallowed by the trees. The whole experience left me with more questions than answers. No ghosts, no monsters, just something or someone out there watching, moving silently through the woods. And me, caught alone in a place where the quiet was a weight pressing on my chest, and the dark was something to fear, not just the absence of light. The cabin wasn't haunted by spirits, but by the very real threat of being alone in the wild with unknown eyes tracking every step. When I finally got back to the city, I told a few friends about the strange footprints and the noises, but no one believed me. They said it was probably bears or hunters or just my imagination. But I knew better. Something had been there, close enough to touch the walls, close enough to break in, and I didn't want to know what it was or if it would ever come back. I never planned to spend a night alone in that cabin. It wasn't something I wanted, but that's how it ended up. I usually liked camping with friends, but that weekend, everyone backed out. They all had last-minute things or suddenly couldn't make it, leaving me stuck with a plan I wasn't sure about but decided to follow through on anyway. The cabin was a small, weather-beaten place deep in the woods, miles from the nearest town. No cell signal, no neighbors for who knows how far. I arrived late afternoon, the sun low and the air already turning cool for early fall. The gravel road had been rough and dusty, but I'd driven it carefully, the trees crowding in on both sides as the forest thickened. When I reached the clearing, the cabin sat crookedly on a small rise, its wood dark with age and patches of moss creeping up the sides. It looked abandoned at first glance, but the stack of firewood near the porch and the faint smoke from the chimney told me someone had been here recently. I dropped my bags on the porch, the boards creaking under my weight. Inside, the cabin was small, maybe 2 rooms. A main room with a wood stove, a rough kitchen corner with a sink that didn't work, and a narrow ladder leading to a loft with a mattress and some old blankets. The windows were grimy, but I could see the thick woods surrounding the cabin, the trees already casting long shadows. I set my things down and started a fire in the stove. It was slow going. The wood was damp and stubborn. The cold air seeped through the cracks around the windows and doors, making me pull my jacket tighter. I had brought food, canned beans, bread, some jerky, but I was more interested in the quiet than eating. I wanted the peace, the break from noise and people. As dusk turned to dark, the woods outside became a wall of black. The moon was new, so there was no light, only the dim orange glow of the fire pushing back the dark a little. I sat on the floor, back against the wall, watching the flames flicker. I tried to read, but my eyes kept drifting to the windows. Around 10 p.m., the first strange noise came. At first, it was a low rustling outside, like dry leaves being dragged or the wind moving through dead branches. I told myself it was nothing. The forest always made noises at night. But then, there was a sudden sharp snap. Not a branch breaking from wind, but something heavier, like a footstep on a thick stick. I stopped what I was doing and listened hard. Outside, everything was quiet again. The fire crackled, but I could still hear the faint pulse of my own heartbeat. I wasn't near the door, but I felt a sudden urge to check it anyway. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and slowly stood, moving carefully so I wouldn't make noise. The door was locked, but I leaned my ear against it, pressing hard. Outside, silence. No footsteps, no rustling. I shook my head, telling myself the sound had been an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. The forest was full of them. Back inside, I tried to shake off the feeling of being watched. The fire was dying down, so I added some wood, sparks flying up the chimney. I sat back down, but the stillness of the cabin pressed in on me. It felt too quiet now, like the forest was holding its breath. Around midnight, the noises started again, but this time they were closer, right outside the windows. Soft scraping, like something was moving against the cabin's walls. I stayed perfectly still, barely breathing. The flashlight sat useless on the table. I wanted to look outside but felt frozen. My mind ran through all the logical reasons. Animals, wind, a branch falling, but nothing sounded normal. The scraping got louder, like claws dragging over wood, slow and deliberate. Then a heavy thud, right below the window. I jumped up and moved toward the window, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Peering out into the darkness, the beam of the flashlight cut through the black, illuminating thick brush and tree trunks. Nothing moved. I checked every window and door, all locked tight. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter, feeling a little safer with something in my hand. I told myself it was just a wild animal, maybe a bear or a big raccoon, but the way the noises came and went, slow, heavy steps, deliberate, didn't feel right. They sounded like something that knew I was here, that was testing me. I tried to get some sleep, lying on the thin mattress upstairs. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the noises start up again. Shuffling, scraping, thuds. They circled the cabin, stopping, moving on. I stayed still, hoping whatever it was would get bored and leave. Morning came late. The sky was gray and overcast, the kind of morning that feels heavy and slow. I waited a while before opening the door. Outside, the forest looked normal. No broken branches, no tracks, nothing that showed anyone or anything had been there. But the ground was soft from overnight rain, and I noticed a few deep, irregular footprints in the mud near the porch. They weren't animal prints. They were too big and uneven, like someone had been walking barefoot or with worn shoes. I took photos on my phone, hoping to get a signal to send them, but the screen showed no bars. No cell service here. That meant I was truly alone. I spent the day trying to calm down. I explored the surrounding woods a little, looking for more signs or a way out. The forest was dense, thick with underbrush and fallen leaves that muffled every step. I didn't want to go far from the cabin. I didn't trust myself to find the way back in the dark. That night was worse. The noises started just after sunset and didn't stop. I stayed near the fire, constantly watching the windows, gripping my knife. The scraping came again, this time with a faint smell, like smoke mixed with something sharp and sour, maybe burnt wood and something metallic. I thought about the firewood pile near the porch, wondering if someone had been hiding there, watching me. Around 2 a.m., a loud banging shook the cabin. Came from the back door, heavy, repeated. I froze, clutching the knife, mind racing. The banging stopped, then came again, louder, harder. It sounded like someone trying to force the door open. I didn't run, couldn't. I just waited, heart hammering, the knife pressed against my palm. The banging stopped suddenly. Then I heard footsteps moving away, heavy and slow, crunching leaves and sticks. I stayed awake the rest of the night, too afraid to sleep. The next morning, I found the back door scratched and bruised, deep gouges in the wood where something had tried to break in. The lock was damaged but still holding. I searched the ground again and found more footprints, leading away into the woods. I knew I had to leave. I packed quickly, loaded my car, and drove out as fast as I dared, glancing in the rearview mirror every few minutes. The forest stayed silent behind me, but I kept seeing shadows between the trees, shapes that moved just out of sight. When I finally reached the highway, I stopped at a gas station and called the local sheriff's office. They told me that the cabin had a strange history. People had reported noises and signs of trespassers before, but no one ever caught anyone. It was supposedly safe, but I knew better. The thing that got me wasn't ghosts or monsters. It was that someone or something had been watching, waiting, maybe even planning to break in. And when it gave up for that night, it didn't mean I was safe. It just meant it hadn't finished yet. I haven't gone back. I don't plan to, but sometimes, late at night, I still think about that cabin, the sound of scraping on the walls, and those footsteps in the mud. I don't know who or what was out there, but I do know that when you're alone in the woods, the quiet can be the scariest thing of all. The cabin was supposed to be a quiet escape, a chance to get away from the noise of the city, from the endless work emails and crowded subway rides. I found it online, a small place deep in the woods, far enough from the nearest town to feel truly isolated. The pictures showed a simple wooden structure, built in a clearing surrounded by tall pines. No internet, no cell signal, no distractions. Just me and the forest. Perfect. I packed my things the day before and left early in the morning. The drive was long, winding through mountain roads with hardly any traffic. When I finally reached the turnoff, the dirt road stretched ahead, uneven and rutted, disappearing between thick trees. I slowed, took a deep breath, and kept going. It was late afternoon when I saw the cabin, a 2-story building with a stone chimney and a porch cluttered with empty chairs and a stack of firewood. The place looked old but solid, the wood weathered but intact. No sign of life anywhere. I pulled up, unloaded my bags, and took a slow walk around the place. The forest was silent except for the occasional call of a bird or the rustle of a breeze through the branches. No animals in sight, no people, just the heavy quiet of the woods. I liked that. I liked the feeling of being alone. Inside, the cabin was dim but clean. The floorboards creaked under my feet. The air smelled of pine and dust. The furniture was sparse. An old wooden table with mismatched chairs, a small couch with faded cushions, and a rickety bookshelf half filled with books and empty jars. The kitchen had an old stove and a sink that looked like it hadn't been used in a while. There was a wood-burning stove in the corner, cold now, but I could see the stacked logs nearby. I set up my sleeping bag in the main room, unpacked a few things, and started a fire in the stove. The first night was peaceful. I lay back on the floor, warmed by the flickering flames, watching the shadows dance on the walls. Outside, the forest was dark and deep, but inside the cabin, I felt safe. It was the kind of quiet that settles over you and makes you forget the rest of the world. But that first night, as I lay there half asleep, I heard something. Not a shout or a crack, but a soft noise, almost like a footstep or a branch brushing against the cabin. I sat up, listening hard. Nothing else. I convinced myself it was the wind or a small animal outside, and lay back down. The next day, I explored the area. The cabin was on the edge of a small clearing, the forest stretching out thick and dark in every direction. I found an old path that led down to a creek. The water was clear and cold, and the sunlight filtered through the trees, making the moss and ferns glow. I wandered for hours, feeling the peace of the forest settle deeper in my bones. When I returned to the cabin, I noticed something strange. The porch chair that had been stacked neatly against the wall was now tipped over, lying face down on the dirt. I remembered setting it upright before I left. The wind could have knocked it, but the air was still. I shrugged it off. That evening, the same soft noises came again. Footsteps, a light scraping against the outside walls. I stayed close to the fire, watching the shadows, but saw nothing. On the third day, I started to notice other things. Small signs that someone or something had been around. Broken twigs on the porch, fresh footprints in the dirt, though the prints were smudged and hard to make out. I was careful to check all the windows and doors, and they were locked tight. I had the keys and the locks were good. No sign of forced entry. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, I slept lightly. Every creak of the floor, every gust of wind, made me jump. Around midnight, I heard something at the door. Soft, slow scratching. I grabbed the heavy flashlight I'd brought and went to the door. I shined the beam outside. Nothing but empty darkness and trees. I locked the door again, double-checked the windows, and sat back down by the fire. But I couldn't relax. The cabin suddenly felt much smaller, much more confining. The next morning, I found more footprints outside, closer to the cabin. They looked like boot prints, size 10 or so. I hadn't seen another soul since I arrived. The nearest town was at least 20 miles away, and the dirt road was rough enough to discourage casual visitors. Still, someone had been here. I decided to leave, at least for the day. I packed some things, locked up, and started down the dirt road. I wanted to get to the gas station and call a friend. As I walked, I looked back over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone watching me from the trees. But the forest was silent and empty. At the gas station, I made a quick call to a friend who lived a few hours away. I told them about the cabin and the strange things. They told me to be careful, to trust my instincts, and to leave if I felt unsafe. That night, I returned to the cabin, trying to act brave, but the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. The next 2 days were a blur of small noises, broken branches, shadows flickering just out of sight. The firewood I had stacked neatly was knocked over, the kitchen drawers left open when I had closed them. Nothing stolen, nothing broken, but signs that someone had been inside. I stopped leaving the cabin at night. I kept the fire going all evening, the flashlight close by, and a hunting knife I found in a drawer. I told myself it was probably some local hunter or hiker who had wandered by, curious or maybe lost. But there was no note, no explanation, no sign of kindness or warning. On the fourth night, something different happened. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of something heavy outside the cabin. Thumps against the walls. A slow, dragging noise. I lay frozen, heart pounding, clutching the knife under my blanket. The noises moved from the front porch to the back of the cabin, circling the building. I could hear branches snapping under heavy footsteps, the dry scrape of something being dragged across the dirt. Then it stopped. For a long, terrible minute, there was nothing but silence. I stayed awake the rest of the night, watching the fire burn low and shaking every time the wind whispered through the trees. The next morning, I stepped outside to see the damage. The porch was wrecked. The chairs were smashed, splintered wood everywhere. Deep gouges had been scratched into the cabin walls near the door. The firewood pile was scattered, logs dragged and broken. And in the dirt, I found something that froze my blood. A crude message scratched into the earth just outside the porch steps. It was hard to read, half erased by wind and rain, but I could make out the words, "Leave now." My hands shook as I stared at the message. Whoever had been here wasn't just curious or lost. They wanted me gone, and they had made sure I knew it. I packed my things fast that day. I didn't take time to eat or rest. I locked up the cabin and started down the dirt road, my eyes scanning the trees constantly. The drive back was tense and quiet. I kept the doors locked and the windows rolled up, watching the shadows in the forest. When I reached the gas station and the small town, I stopped at the sheriff's office. I told them everything, the noises, the signs, the message. The sheriff looked serious. He said the area was known for occasional trouble, strange people passing through, sometimes drug users or people hiding out from the law. But it was rare for them to come so close to cabins or residents. He promised to send a deputy out to check the place as soon as possible. I didn't wait to find out what they discovered. I rented a cheap motel room and booked a ticket to get as far away as I could. Looking back, I realize how naive I was to think the forest was just peaceful and empty. There are people out there, in the woods, on the dirt roads, who don't want company, who guard their silence with fear and threat. And when you step too close, they make sure you know it. The cabin wasn't haunted by ghosts or spirits. It was haunted by someone very real, someone dangerous, and I was lucky to get away. The cabin sat deep in the woods, far enough from the nearest road that the only sounds were the wind through the trees and the distant calls of birds. I had found it on an old rental listing, just a small, rustic place with no electricity, no phone service, and no neighbors for miles. Exactly what I wanted. I needed to get away from everything for a while. Work, the noise of the city, the endless buzzing of emails and messages. Just me, the forest, and the silence. The drive-in was long, twisting through narrow roads lined with thick pines and maples, their branches brushing against the windows as I passed. When I finally pulled up, the sun was already dipping low behind the hills. The cabin was smaller than I expected, just one story, with faded wooden siding and a tin roof that looked like it might leak in a heavy rain. A small porch stretched across the front, with two old rocking chairs that looked like they hadn't been moved in years. I pulled my bags out of the car and stepped up onto the porch. The wood creaked under my feet, rough and worn from time and weather. The air was cool and smelled like pine and earth, clean and sharp after the rain that had passed earlier that day. I unlocked the door and pushed inside. Inside, the cabin was sparse but tidy. A small wood stove sat in the corner of the main room, with a pile of logs stacked neatly nearby. The floor was rough-hewn boards, and the walls were made of logs with gaps filled by chinking. There was a table with 2 chairs, a narrow bed against the back wall, and a small shelf holding a few dusty books and a flashlight. No electricity, no running water, just the basics. I liked it. I dropped my bags and went outside to gather some firewood. The sun had almost set now, leaving the sky a deep blue with streaks of orange and pink near the horizon. The woods were quiet except for the faint rustle of leaves. I picked up fallen branches and dry logs, stacking them by the stove so I could build a fire later. Back inside, I started a small fire in the stove. The flames crackled and popped, casting dancing shadows on the walls. I sat down at the table, pulling out a notebook and a pen. I wanted to write, to capture the stillness and the quiet, but my thoughts kept wandering. The woods outside were dark now, thick and black beyond the reach of the firelight. I felt a strange weight settle over the cabin, as if the forest itself was pressing in, watching. Around 9, I decided to get ready for bed. I brushed my teeth from the small bottle of water I'd brought, washed my face, and crawled under the thin wool blanket on the bed. The cabin was chilly now that the fire had died down, but the silence was almost soothing. Just as I was about to drift off, I heard something outside, a faint scrape, like a branch being dragged slowly across the ground. I froze, listening. The scrape stopped. Then, after a few seconds, a low thud against the wall, like something heavy hitting the cabin. I sat up, heart pounding. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a deer or a raccoon knocking against the wood. But the sound came again. Scrape, then thud. Closer this time. I grabbed the flashlight from the shelf and stood, shining the beam out the window. The woods were dark, the trees black shapes against the night sky. The beam caught nothing but the empty forest floor. I tried to calm myself. Maybe a branch had fallen against the cabin in the wind. But the wind was still now. No leaves rustled. The only sound was my own breathing, sharp and loud in the quiet. I turned off the flashlight and sat back down, trying to ignore it. But the noises didn't stop. Every few minutes, scrape, then thud. Sometimes just a single knock. Sometimes a dragging sound like something being pulled along the ground. Sleep was impossible. I stayed awake, firelight flickering on the walls, listening to the sounds outside. At dawn, the noises stopped. The first light filtered through the window, soft and pale. I opened the door and stepped outside, flashlight in hand, to check around the cabin. The ground was soft with damp leaves and pine needles. There were no footprints near the cabin, no signs of anyone or anything large moving around. But along the far side, near the thickest trees, I saw marks in the dirt. Long, uneven scratches, like claws dragged through the soil. The ground was disturbed, as if something big had passed close by. I followed the marks for a while, deeper into the trees. The scratches were fresh, the soil loose and dark. The trail twisted through the underbrush, disappearing into a dense thicket. I couldn't see far, the trees packed tight and low branches blocking my view. I didn't want to get lost or go too deep, so I turned back. But the feeling of being watched stayed with me. That day, I stayed mostly inside, chopping wood and keeping the fire going. I didn't hear any noises. The forest seemed calm in the daylight, almost inviting. Birds sang from the branches. Squirrels darted through the trees. That night, the sound started again, scraping and knocking, but louder, closer, like something was pacing just outside the walls. I paced inside too, flashlight ready, watching the windows, trying to catch a glimpse. Around midnight, the knocking became rhythmic. Thud, 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 steady and slow. Then, suddenly, the front door handle rattled hard, like someone trying to open it. I backed away, heart racing. Then the knocking stopped. Silence. The door was locked, the old wood thick and strong, but I wasn't sure I wanted to stay in the cabin. My mind raced through worst-case scenarios. What if it wasn't an animal? What if it was a person? I grabbed my backpack, tossing in a few essentials. Water, flashlight, a small pocket knife. The rain had started again, light at first, then steady drops tapping the roof and window panes. I didn't want to leave the cabin, no phone, no car keys, but the sounds were growing louder, more frequent. I sat near the door, flashlight on, waiting for daylight. When morning came, I went outside again. The rain had washed the ground clean, but there were new marks, deep prints larger than any animal I knew. They circled the cabin, then disappeared into the woods. I spent the next day packing my things. I didn't want to stay any longer. That evening, as I waited for the last light to fade, the sounds started one last time. Scraping, knocking, and then something heavier. A large branch or a log thrown against the side of the cabin. The walls shook. I stood by the door, ready to leave, but the handle was still locked tight. I didn't wait for morning. I stepped outside into the dark and rain, following the trail of prints back the way I came. The forest felt alive around me, alive and watching. The hike out was long and cold. I kept glancing behind, half expecting to see someone or something following me. But the woods were silent, except for the rain and my footsteps. When I finally reached the road and the sound of distant cars, relief hit me hard. I got into my car and locked the doors, heart still pounding. The cabin stayed behind me, swallowed by the trees. I never went back. I never found out what made those marks or caused those sounds. But I'm certain it wasn't a ghost or any storybook creature. It was something real, something that belonged in the dark woods, and I wasn't meant to stay long enough to find out what. It was early September when I decided to take a break from the city and head to a cabin deep in the woods. I needed some time alone, away from work, people, and all the noise. My life had been hectic lately. Endless emails, constant deadlines, the usual daily grind, and I felt like I was drowning in stress. The idea of sitting by a fire, drinking coffee while watching the trees, was incredibly appealing. I found the cabin online. It was nothing fancy. A small, old wooden cabin nestled in the middle of a dense forest, with a little lake nearby. The pictures showed rustic charm, creaky floorboards, a stone fireplace, a tiny kitchen with a wood stove. No internet, no phone signal. Exactly what I wanted. The drive to the cabin took about 3 hours. The last hour was on a gravel road that twisted through tall pine trees and thick underbrush. It was remote, but not too far from civilization if something went wrong. I packed enough food and supplies for a week, just in case. When I arrived, the sun was dipping behind the treetops, casting long shadows on the forest floor. The cabin looked even older in person. Weathered wood, moss growing on the roof, windows dusty but intact. The air smelled clean and crisp, the kind of smell I hadn't experienced in months. No cars, no airplanes, just the sound of birds and the rustling of leaves. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The place was small, about 400 square feet, with a single room that served as living space, kitchen, and bedroom. A small woodpile sat stacked beside the door, and a rusty axe leaned against the wall. The fireplace was blackened with soot. There was a little bathroom with a shower, but no hot water, only a hand-pumped well outside for water. The electricity was solar-powered, limited, but enough for a couple of lights. I unpacked my bag, lit a fire in the fireplace, and boiled some water for tea. The cabin felt quiet, but comforting. I could hear crickets starting their nightly chorus outside, and the occasional hoot of an owl. For the first time in a long time, I felt a sense of calm. That first night, I slept deeply. The silence, the fresh air, it was all what I needed. The next morning, I woke early, bundled up, and went for a walk around the lake. The water was cold and still, reflecting the early morning sky. Pine trees stood like silent sentinels around the shore. I found a fallen log and sat for a while, listening to nothing but the sounds of the forest waking up. Over the next few days, I fell into a simple routine. Wake up early, light a fire, cook breakfast, go for a long walk, read a book, jot down thoughts in my notebook, collect some firewood, make dinner, and sit by the fire until it died down. Sometimes I caught fish from the lake using a small rod I brought and grilled them over the fire. No phone, no distractions. But on the fourth night, something changed. It was around midnight when I was lying in bed. The cabin was dark except for the glow of the dying embers in the fireplace. I heard a noise outside, something faint, like a branch snapping. I froze and listened hard. Another crack, this time closer. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, a deer or a raccoon moving through the brush. But then I heard it again, a slow, deliberate crunching, as if something large was walking carefully through the undergrowth. My heart rate sped up. I got out of bed, grabbed the flashlight from the shelf, and looked out the window. The moon was bright, but the woods beyond were thick and shadowy. I scanned the tree line with the beam of the flashlight, but saw nothing. The noises stopped. I told myself it was probably nothing and went back to bed. But sleep didn't come easily. My mind kept drifting back to the sound. Something didn't feel right. The next day, I went into the nearby town to pick up some supplies. At the general store, I asked the clerk if there had been any recent wildlife activity. Bears, mountain lions, anything unusual. She shrugged and said it was quiet this year. No reports of anything dangerous. That made me feel a little better. That evening, I built a big fire in the fireplace. I was extra cautious, locking all the doors and windows. The noises outside started again, but this time I was ready. I sat by the fire, the flashlight on the table beside me, and the axe within reach. Around 10 p.m., the sounds began. Slow footsteps, crunching leaves, breaking twigs. Then something else, a faint scraping sound like someone dragging a heavy object over rocks. It moved slowly around the perimeter of the cabin. I kept still, watching the dark windows, heart pounding, trying to keep calm. The firelight flickered and shadows danced on the walls. The noises circled the cabin for about 20 minutes, then stopped abruptly. I waited another hour before I finally drifted off to sleep, exhausted and uneasy. The next morning, I went outside and inspected the perimeter. I found footprints in the soft earth, a set of large, deep prints, not like any animal I recognized. They were human, no doubt about that. The soles looked like heavy work boots, maybe military or hunting boots, worn down in the heel. Next to the footprints was a long, thin scratch on the bark of a pine tree, deep and jagged, as if someone had run a knife or a sharp tool along it. I didn't have any enemies, so I couldn't understand why anyone would be lurking around my cabin. I took pictures with my phone and showed them to the clerk at the store the next day. Her face went pale when she saw them. "That's not right," she said quietly. "You're not the first person to find signs like that near here. Some folks say there's been strange people in the woods, but no one talks much about it." I pressed her for more details, but she just shook her head. "There's been talk about illegal hunters or worse, people hiding out in the forest. You should be careful." I didn't know what to think. I had planned to stay another few days, but now I felt exposed. Still, I didn't want to leave. I thought I could handle it. That night, I decided to sleep with the doors locked and the axe by my side. I didn't hear any footsteps outside, but I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. The next morning, I woke to find the door to the cabin unlocked. I was sure I had locked it the night before. My heart sank. No sign of forced entry, no footprints near the door, but the lock was undone. I searched the cabin carefully but found nothing missing. I packed up my essentials and decided to hike to the nearest ranger station, about 4 miles away. I didn't want to take my car on the gravel road alone at night. The hike was tough. The forest was dense, and the trail was overgrown in places. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone. Nothing. At one point, I heard a rustling in the bushes off to my left. I stopped and stared. A man stepped out, wearing camo gear and a baseball cap pulled low over his face. His eyes were sharp, and his expression unreadable. He nodded at me silently and moved on. That encounter set my nerves on edge. I picked up my pace, anxious to reach the ranger station. When I arrived, the ranger was surprised to see me. "Something wrong?" he asked. I explained about the noises, the footprints, the unlocked door. He frowned and said, "You're not the first person to report something like that this season. We've had reports of trespassers, poachers, and possibly someone hiding out illegally. We're investigating, but it's tough terrain, and they're careful." He offered to drive me back to the main road, where I could call for a ride. I accepted immediately. Back at my car, I felt relief flood over me. I was safe. The city noise and stress seemed far away now, but so was the peace I came to find. A week later, I heard on the news that authorities had arrested a man living illegally in the woods near my cabin. He had a criminal record, was heavily armed, and had been evading capture for months. Police found evidence that he had been watching the area, even tampering with cabins. The thought made my skin crawl. For several nights, I had been so close to someone dangerous without knowing it. I never went back to that cabin. The woods had felt like a refuge, but they held a silent threat I hadn't expected. The isolation that once brought me peace had almost turned into a nightmare. I don't remember why exactly I decided to rent that cabin out in the woods. I think I just needed to get away from everything for a while. Work, people, noise, everything. I wanted silence and space to think, maybe write a little. The ad was simple. A small cabin, no electricity, no running water, just a wood stove, a creek nearby, and a dirt road leading in. The photos looked peaceful, even inviting. Nothing fancy, but enough for a weekend away. The place was about 2 hours from the nearest town, tucked deep in the woods of Cedar Ridge. The road was gravel and got narrower the closer I got. At first, it was easy. Just trees on either side, birds chirping, sunlight filtering through the leaves. But as I drove further, the road got worse. Potholes, fallen branches, and eventually it turned into nothing but a rough dirt path with ruts that made me slow way down. The kind of road that made you feel like you were entering somewhere forgotten. When I finally pulled up, the cabin was smaller than I imagined. Weathered wood, dark and rough, like it had been there forever. No porch, just a small wooden step and a door with peeling paint. Around it, thick trees stretched in every direction, blocking the sun. A faint smell of pine and damp earth hung in the air. I got out of the car and looked around. The only sounds were the wind whispering through the branches and the distant rush of the creek. The air was cool but humid, the kind of quiet that feels heavy, almost like the woods were holding their breath. I grabbed my backpack and a box of supplies, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The cabin's inside was just as simple as the outside. A single room with rough wooden floors and walls. A small wood stove sat in the corner, next to a stack of firewood. There was a cot pushed against one wall, a small table and chair, and a rusty old lantern hanging from a hook. No electricity, no running water. Just a bucket for water and a hole in the ground outside for a toilet. I set my stuff down, stacked some wood for the stove, and got a fire going. The flames crackled and threw orange light against the rough walls. Outside, the sun was starting to set. Shadows stretched and grew long, and the woods seemed darker and thicker than before. I made a quick dinner on a small camping stove I brought, canned soup and some bread. I ate slowly, looking out the small window. The creek was a faint silver line in the dark woods, the sound of running water steady and soothing. But as the sky darkened, I felt something else. A chill that wasn't from the cold air. The kind of feeling that settled deep in your stomach, telling you you're not alone. I wasn't scared exactly. I told myself it was just the silence, just being out here by myself. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods were watching. After dinner, I sat near the fire, writing in my notebook by lantern light. The words came slowly, but at least I was distracted. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows and shaking the door. The branches scraped against the cabin walls like fingernails. Later, I went outside to the bucket and the outhouse carrying my lantern. The woods were black and still except for the small pool of light around me. I took my time, careful with every step. On the way back, I thought I heard a twig snap somewhere behind me, but when I turned, nothing was there. Back inside, I locked the door and windows, feeling silly but also oddly relieved. The The fire was low, the room dim except for the flickering flames. I wrapped myself in a blanket and tried to sleep. The first night wasn't easy. Every little sound made me jump. A distant owl, the rustle of leaves, the creak of the cabin settling. I kept thinking about those woods outside, so dark and deep. I didn't want to imagine what could be lurking just beyond the window. Morning came slow, but I was relieved to see daylight. The sun filtered through the trees in a pale glow. I made coffee on the stove and ate some granola bars. I tried to convince myself the night was just nerves. The woods weren't dangerous, just quiet. I decided to explore a bit. The creek was close, so I packed some water and walked down the path through the trees. The air was cool and fresh. I found a small clearing with moss and wildflowers, and the creek running clear over smooth stones. It was peaceful, almost beautiful in a wild way. But as I wandered deeper, the trees got thicker. The light grew dimmer. I realized how quickly I had lost sight of the cabin, how alone I was. I took a deep breath and headed back. That afternoon, I tried to relax. I wrote a bit, took some photos, and gathered wood for the fire. I kept thinking about the night before. I told myself to calm down, that the woods were just woods, nothing more. But then, late afternoon, I noticed something. A set of footprints in the dirt path near the cabin. They were fresh, maybe a few hours old. I looked closer, boots, size about 10 or 11, deep tread marks. My heart jumped. I hadn't seen anyone else on the road coming in or out. I checked the car. No sign of anyone else around. I wondered if a hiker or hunter had passed by. But that didn't explain the feeling crawling up my spine. That night, I double-checked all the locks, put my knife by the bed, and sat near the fire, listening for sounds. The wind was stronger, howling through the trees, branches banging against the cabin. The dark pressed against the windows. I kept glancing outside, catching glimpses of shapes moving between the trees. Suddenly, there was a sharp noise, a loud bang on the door. I froze. Another bang, louder this time. My heart hammered in my chest. I grabbed the knife and stood up, my hands shaking. I peered through the window, but the lantern light outside only showed empty woods. The banging stopped. Dead silence. I waited, breath held, every muscle tense. Nothing moved. No footsteps, no voices. I sat back down but couldn't stop shaking. I stayed up all night, fire blazing, listening for anything. Morning came gray and cold. I was exhausted but relieved to see daylight. I went outside to check around. The door had a fresh scratch on the wood near the handle, like someone had tried to pry it open. There were more footprints near the cabin, different this time. Smaller, lighter prints, maybe a woman's shoes. I felt something cold settle in my chest. I wasn't alone here. I packed a small bag and planned to leave that afternoon. But before I could, I saw a figure standing across the creek, half hidden behind a tree. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light. Then the figure moved, a person watching me. No waving, no sign of recognition. Just standing there. I grabbed my camera and snapped a picture. The figure vanished before I could get a good look. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the fire going, the knife close, the door locked tight. I felt eyes on me all the time. Next morning, I packed everything quickly and drove away without looking back. Weeks later, I learned that there had been break-ins in cabins around Cedar Ridge. People stealing supplies, sometimes threatening renters. The police had no suspects, no real leads. I never went back. That cabin was supposed to be a quiet place, but it felt like a trap. Like the woods were alive with more than just animals. The silence wasn't peaceful, it was watching, waiting. I don't know if the person I saw was just someone lost or someone worse. But I know one thing for sure. Some places are better left alone. Some woods don't want you there. And sometimes the scariest thing isn't what you see, it's what you don't. It started as one of those ideas that seem good in the moment but slowly twist into something worse the longer you think about it. I wanted to get away from the noise of the city, the constant buzzing of people, cars, and endless distractions. I wanted silence, peace, just me and the woods. So, I found this cabin online way out in the middle of nowhere. No cell service, no neighbors for miles. It was exactly what I wanted. The first day was fine. I packed up some basic food, water, a few clothes, and a small flashlight along with a couple of candles. The cabin was small but sturdy, built mostly from logs with a stone chimney that promised warmth for the nights. The dirt road to get there was rough, full of potholes and tree roots pushing through, but the car made it without trouble. I remember the sky was clear and bright blue when I arrived, the sun filtering through tall pines that stood like silent sentinels all around. Inside, the cabin smelled like old wood and a faint trace of smoke from the fireplace. It wasn't modern by any means, no internet, no electricity, just a basic setup. There was a small table with 2 chairs, a sink with running water from a well, a small stove, and a bed tucked into a corner. The windows were covered with heavy curtains, probably to keep the cold out in winter. I liked it, felt honest. I spent the afternoon unpacking and exploring the woods nearby. The air smelled fresh and clean, different from the city's stale mix of exhaust and garbage. Birds chirped, squirrels scampered, and a few rabbits darted between bushes. I thought about how easy it would be to live out here if you were used to it. But then again, I wasn't used to it. By evening, the sun was low, casting long shadows between the trees. I built a fire in the fireplace, the dry logs crackling and popping as they burned. The light flickered across the walls, making the room warm and cozy. I cooked a simple meal, canned soup and some bread, and sat by the fire eating in silence. That's when I started to notice the noises. Not the normal sounds of the forest, no, this was something else. At first, it was faint, like a soft rustling beyond the trees. Maybe the wind? But the wind was still. The trees weren't moving. The rustling grew louder, sharper. It sounded like footsteps. I froze. The cabin was supposed to be alone, miles away from anyone else. Maybe a deer? But it was too heavy, too regular for an animal. It moved around the cabin in a slow, measured way, circling. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was being paranoid. After all, there had to be some explanation. The woods are full of animals and sounds you don't expect. But I kept hearing it, that slow, deliberate movement just outside the cabin walls. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door a crack to look out. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating the trees. Nothing moved, no eyes reflecting back, no shapes, just trees. I closed the door and locked it tight. I sat back down near the fire, but my heart kept pounding. The footsteps circled again, then stopped abruptly. Silence. I told myself to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That night was restless. Every little sound made me jump. The creaks of the old wood cabin settling, the crackle of the fire, the distant hoot of an owl. Everything felt like it was trying to tell me something was wrong. The next morning, I found something strange. Right outside the cabin door were footprints in the dirt. Large, heavy prints that looked like boots. They hadn't been there when I arrived. I looked around, but there were no other signs of people. No broken branches, no trash, no evidence anyone had been camping nearby. I felt a cold pit open in my stomach. Someone had been outside last night. Maybe they were still nearby. I debated leaving then and there, but I'd driven for hours to get here. I didn't want to turn back because of some footprints. Maybe it was just a hunter or someone passing through. I told myself to calm down and stay alert. Over the next 2 days, I kept noticing signs of someone else. Small things. A broken twig snapped just off the path. Distant voices carried faintly on the wind. Shadows that seemed too solid and moved too deliberately through the trees. I never saw anyone clearly, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I started locking the cabin door at all times, even when I was inside. I kept my phone nearby, even though I had no signal, hoping it would work if I ran down the road or climbed a tree. On the 3rd night, things got worse. The footsteps came again, louder this time. Not just circling but moving fast, like someone was pacing back and forth near the cabin walls. I could hear scraping sounds, like someone dragging something heavy over the dirt. I stayed as still as possible, the flashlight resting on the table. The fire was almost out, the room dark except for the weak glow from the embers. I heard something hit the window, a sharp, thudding sound. I jumped and grabbed the flashlight, aiming it at the glass. Nothing was there. The door rattled hard. I bolted to it and locked it again, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the key. Outside, I heard a low growl, or maybe it was a hiss. My mind jumped to the worst possible thing. A wild animal? But no, it sounded too deliberate, like a person trying to scare me. I grabbed a heavy iron poker from the fireplace and sat near the door, waiting, listening. Hours passed. No more sounds. No footsteps. No rattling. At dawn, I forced myself to sleep, exhaustion overtaking fear. The next morning, I found more signs outside. This time, deep gouges scratched into the wooden siding near the back window, like someone had tried to pry it open. The wood was splintered and rough. I realized the locks on the windows were cheap and old. If someone wanted in, they could get in. I felt trapped. That day, I packed a small bag, some food, water, and the poker. I planned to leave as soon as I could get the car started and down the road. But the car wouldn't start. I checked the battery before I left home. It was fine, but now the engine turned over slowly and died. I tried again and again, but it just clicked. Dead battery or maybe something else. I hadn't left the lights on, but maybe the cold had drained the power. I cursed myself for not being prepared. No cell signal, no way to call for help, and now no way out. Panic started to grow inside me. The person or people who had been stalking me must still be around. I wasn't sure how long I'd been watched, but I knew it was longer than I wanted to admit. That afternoon, I stayed inside, barricading the doors and windows as best I could. I placed heavy furniture against the back door and stacked firewood near the windows. The silence pressed in on me like a weight. No birds sang, no squirrels ran. Even the wind had stopped. Then, late that afternoon, I heard the car start. It was the old pickup truck I'd passed on the way in. It idled just down the dirt road near the edge of the trees. My heart pounded so loud I thought the engine would hear it. I grabbed my poker and quietly moved to the window, peeking through a crack in the curtain. The truck was old, beat up, covered in mud and scratches. No license plates. The driver wasn't visible, but I saw a silhouette inside, sitting still. I watched for hours. The truck didn't move. It just sat there, engine running, lights off. I wasn't sure if the person was waiting or if they'd fallen asleep. I debated running. I thought about bolting down the road, hoping to get far enough to get a signal or reach help. But I knew the woods were thick, and running without a plan would get me lost or hurt. The sun set, and darkness swallowed the forest. The truck's engine died. Silence. I felt the hair on my neck stand up. I stayed awake all night, every sound making me flinch. Footsteps circled again, faint but there, near the cabin's edge. By morning, the truck was gone. The silence returned. I thought about what I'd do next. I couldn't wait any longer. I had to try the car again. If it didn't start, I'd have to walk. But which way? The road went two directions, and both disappeared into thick trees. When I tried the car, it still wouldn't start. I looked around for something useful, a phone, a map, anything. There was an old notebook in the cabin, left by the previous owner. It had hand-drawn maps of the area and notes about the forest and wildlife. It warned about quicksand and dangerous animals, but didn't say anything about people. I found a rough map showing a ranger station about 5 miles east. Maybe I could make it there on foot. I packed a small bag with food, water, the poker, and a knife I found in the kitchen. I made sure the fire was out, and I left the cabin quietly, locking the door behind me. The dirt road was uneven and slippery from recent rain. I walked fast but carefully, eyes peeled for any sign of the truck or anyone else. After about an hour, I heard footsteps behind me. I didn't dare look back. I just kept walking faster, heart racing. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I broke into a run. Branches scratched my face and arms. My breath came in I'm not really sure why I agreed to spend a weekend at that cabin in the woods. Maybe it was the idea of getting away from everything. The city noise, the constant pressure at work, the endless stream of emails and calls that never stopped. The cabin belonged to a distant relative I'd never met, somewhere deep in the forest, miles from the nearest town. It was the kind of place you only find on old maps, where roads turn to gravel, then dirt, then nothing but ruts and tracks made by tires long ago. I packed light, just a backpack with basics. Some food, water, clothes, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and a few tools I figured might come in handy. No cell service, no internet, no distractions. Just me and the woods. The drive was long. The last hour was nerve-wracking, with the road twisting through thick trees on both sides. The canopy so dense the sunlight barely touched the ground. I kept thinking about how isolated I was about to be, but it also felt like exactly what I needed. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked exactly how I expected. A small, weather-beaten wooden structure with a porch sagging under years of snow and rain. The windows were grimy, the roof covered in moss. The air smelled like pine and earth, and the only sounds were the creaking of trees and the distant calls of birds. Inside, the cabin was bare but functional. A small stove, a rough wooden table, 2 chairs, and a narrow bed with a thin mattress. Dust coated the surfaces, but it seemed like someone had been here recently enough to keep it standing. I set down my bag and started unpacking. The first night was surprisingly cold. I'd expected it to be warm with the summer sun still out, but the temperature dropped sharply after dusk. I built a fire in the stove, stacking dry logs I found behind the cabin. The crackling flames gave some comfort, but the shadows they cast made the room feel larger and emptier. I lay on the bed with my jacket wrapped around me, the flashlight on the table beside me. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the cabin's thin walls. The occasional snap of a branch or rustle in the underbrush reminded me how alone I was. The next day, I decided to explore the area. The forest stretched for miles, thick with trees, bushes, and uneven ground. The dirt paths were faint, covered in leaves and pine needles. I wandered carefully, making mental notes of landmarks so I wouldn't get lost. As I walked deeper, I noticed something odd. Footprints in the mud, fresh and clear. Not animal tracks, but human. They weren't my own, and they didn't belong to any hikers or campers. The prints led away from the cabin and then disappeared into a patch of thick brambles. I didn't follow. I felt a strange chill in my chest. Returning to the cabin, I found some branches had been moved, as if someone had been near while I was gone. My stomach tightened. I double-checked all the windows and doors, making sure they were locked or secured. The cabin was old and not very sturdy, but it was all I had. That night, I couldn't sleep. The wind was louder, and I thought I heard footsteps outside. Soft, careful, deliberate. My flashlight felt useless, and the silence pressed in. I tried to ignore the sounds, convincing myself it was just animals or the forest itself. On the third day, I woke early. The sun filtered through the cracks in the walls, but something outside caught my eye. Near the edge of the porch, a small pile of rocks had been stacked in a neat triangle. I hadn't put them there. My heart raced. Was someone watching me? Waiting? I looked around the clearing, eyes scanning for any sign of movement. Nothing. I gathered firewood and supplies, planning to leave as soon as possible. But as I packed, the feeling of being watched didn't go away. It grew heavier. That evening, I sat by the fire, listening. The forest seemed different, quieter, like it was holding its breath. Then I heard it again, footsteps crunching on the dry leaves, closer this time. I grabbed the only weapon I had, a heavy metal flashlight, and stood by the door. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a sound at the window, a faint tapping. I didn't want to look, but I had to. Slowly, I turned my head. Outside, just beyond the dirty glass, I saw a shadow. A man, tall and lean, wearing a dark jacket and a cap pulled low over his face. He didn't say anything, just stared. I stepped back, heart pounding. I wanted to scream, to run, but the door was behind me. The man moved away quickly, disappearing into the trees. I locked all the doors and windows, checked the flashlight, and sat by the fire all night, eyes wide open, waiting. The next morning, I knew I couldn't stay. I packed everything I had, ready to leave at first light. But as I stepped outside, I saw something that stopped me cold. Near the base of a tree, scratched deep into the bark, were letters. Words. Leave now. The message was clear, angry, urgent. I didn't waste a second. I ran down the path to my car, looking over my shoulder the whole time. The forest felt alive, watching me, closing in. When I finally got to the road, the relief hit me hard. I jumped in the car, locked the doors, and started the engine. Driving away, I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. But there was nothing, just trees stretching endlessly behind. I never found out who was watching me or why. Maybe it was a local who didn't want strangers near their land. Maybe it was something worse. But one thing was certain, the woods weren't a place for me. Not then, not ever again.